How's it going? Print, cure, paint. This seems to be my existence right now. Oh my god, I need more office space. How are we doing tonight, folks? Roland, it's good to see you. Data Nerd, a pleasure as always. Deckard VS, how you doing today, man? I did a little bit. I slashed myself and it got all like red and nasty, so I'm like, yeah, let me just go ahead and draw a bunch of attention to it by putting a big band-aid on my neck. Work. Something need doing. Join the army, they said. See the world, they said. I'd rather be sailing. Yeah, so, I am printing so many of these Fields of the Fallen conquest bases right now, because I got all the ones that I need for my 100 Kingdoms, which is awesome, and those are coming together great. I got all the ones that I need for my Spire's 600-point force, mostly done. And Orcrist from here on Twitch. Orcrist Painting. Fucking great guy, great stream. Wants to use some of my bases but doesn't have a printer, and I'm like, you know, I'll fucking I can help you out. But that also means I need to print a whole other set. The good news is this means that these Fields of the Fallen bases have been put through their printing paces so damn thoroughly. Steel Warrior Studios, speak of the devil. Oh, excuse me. Thank you so much for the resub, man. 16 months, just marking time at this point. Steel Warrior, thank you so much for that. Band-Aid to cover up a hickey, the old trick from my teenage. That's a tiny hickey. Who are you getting hickeys from? like little people? That's this is microscopic, man. That's strange. Shit, what am I talking about? I'm a little scattered today. I'm a little more scatterbrained today than I usually am, so you can probably expect more of a little bit more of a chill stream out of me today. I'm just like, oh, need some quiet time. hey, Hathrir. Oh yeah. Let me, Hathrir, ping me on Discord. I'll get you the link. Because I'm scatterbrained all the time, and I'm like extra scatterbrained right now. I think that I'm never going to not be scatterbrained. This is just a progressive sort of thing, and this is going to continue, and in a year or so, I'll just be catatonic, essentially. All this will be over, and I'll be staring at a wall, drooling on myself. More than usual. What I was saying, though, these bases have been really, speaking of Steel Warrior Studios, he knows, because I sent the files off to him to get put up on the website, and then within hours, I'm like, I redid the pre-supports, I've got better ones, so don't sell those files to anyone. But it's because I'm just printing so many of them. I tried some alternative pre-supports that use fewer support structures and leave fewer divots on the bottoms of the bases, and I'm like, these are just better. I'm able to fit 4 of the trays for either cavalry or infantry or hero onto a single Mars 2 build plate. You can still only do 2, maybe 3 on a Mars 1 standard size build plate. This is just how it goes. I'm like, this file is ready, these products are ready, send them off to Steel Warrior, and then 12 hours later, I'm like, I thought of something to make them better, don't sell anybody those. At this point, I think he's just come to expect that out of me. Oh, my lord. Good to see you, though. Hethrir, Datron Voltari, welcome in. Rangonius, always a pleasure. Steel Warrior, yeah, man, you do your business. Wait, is my stream on at the shop? Is there, like, you have surround sound at Steel Warrior Studios, and I'm echoing around off of the printers as they print out Trinity City? There's something kind of beautiful to that. Even if it's not true, I'm going to choose to believe that it is, just for the sake of my ego. So we are going to be painting some heavy gear Blitz today, folks. And Roland, I took a look at what you sent me, and I've been contemplating heavy gear terrain. I am going to run off a couple of pieces of heavy gear Blitz compatible terrain the same way all my projects go. I'm going to do it because I want it, because I want to run some demo games of Heavy Gear Blitz now that the 3rd edition rules are out, and I've got all these models, and I need some terrain for it. I have a number of pieces that are already decently suited to it, but I want to take the opportunity to make a couple new pieces, mostly because I was suddenly struck with the desire that I can't explain to revisit my love of Frank Herbert's Dune series, and I can't think of a more appropriate place to do it. Because, it's Terra Nova. It has, like, most of the battles that occur on Terra Nova are all in the equatorial, like, Badlands region. So it has a heavy desert and arid theme to it, and I'm like, it's perfect. We can do Dune. Specifically, what I want to revisit is my love for the PC games Dune 2, which was called Dune 2, interestingly enough, because it came out like in the really early 90s, back when the video game naming conventions weren't really a thing yet, and they were like, oh, David Lynch made Dune, so we're gonna make Dune 2, and this game is somehow a sequel to a movie, despite being... they couldn't be any further removed than they are, and it's not a sequel at all. But it's like, yeah, Dune 2. There is no Dune 1. Fuck it, just make the game. But yeah, I'm gonna revisit my love for Dune 2, for Dune 2000, the very cleverly named Millennium sequel, and then of course Emperor Battle for Dune, which was a fucking fantastic game. I really, you know what, I shouldn't say that. It might not have been a fantastic game, I might just be remembering it fondly due to pure nostalgia. This is possible. I don't know. I enjoyed them though. And I love the architecture and the buildings in them. Like, I want to make some wind traps. I don't know if wind traps are a thing in Heavy Gear lore, but I don't think I give a shit. Like it's a war game universe, so it's one of those things where, like, it could be. They could use wind traps someplace. Let's have some wind traps. They are, Roland? Did I guess that right? Fuck yes! Well, I'm gonna make some wind traps to start with, because I figure like they're a good blocking piece of terrain, which is, you know, if I'm starting to build a terrain board, the first thing I want is something to block line of sight across the board, and something that I can build either in lines or in squares. So I think wind traps are a good option, because you could arrange wind traps into a number of configurations. Yes. Yeah, I'm picking up some of the heavy gear aesthetic from what you sent, Roland, and I'm gonna fire you off some of my concepts too, because at this point you're pretty much like, you're my heavy gear guy, because it's one of the settings I just don't know dick about. I played Heavy Gear and Heavy Gear 2. I played Terra Nova back in the 90s on PC. Like, I played all these games, and somehow I never picked up any of the lore outside of Big Desert, land ships. That was it. That's all I got from it. Other than that, I was like, stompy, shoot, and then, you know, go play Star Wars outside, or whatever the hell it was I was doing at the time. Oh, man. Love those games so much. Yeah, dude. Oh, Deckard. Yeah, those games were great, man. Every time I think about those games, I want to go back and replay them, but I have this lingering fear that they won't have aged well. I only think that because none of the games from that era did. Except, like, Total Annihilation aged pretty well. Total Annihilation is still pretty fun to play, in my opinion. Now, a lot of people moved on to Supreme Commander. I never made that leap. I still like the classic Total Annihilation. You could level up your troops. Yeah, that was cool. And you know what I always loved from Dune 2? Do you remember the Sardaukar? It's like this tiny little pixel graphic that, you know, it's like a little unit graphic, and there was one little slightly blown up version of it, but I just always loved the look of the Sardaukar armor. They had like that Boba Fett style, you know, not triangular, but visor thing going on, and like kind of big tan colored smooth plated power armor. Yeah. So I'm gonna be digging into that as inspiration for some Heavy Gear Blitz pieces, because I've got these Heavy Gear Blitz models here, which I mostly finished painting up last year, and then we got distracted with other projects, so we're gonna finish them up. I can't promise I'm gonna completely finish the models tonight, but I'll say I'm far enough along on them. I'm gonna give it the old college try. We're gonna see if we can't get these mostly done. I think I can do a lot of this with dry brushing and washing. We're gonna try to keep it simple, try to keep it easy, and try to get them done. I have some other things to show off also. Oh, Zombie Brush Studios, welcome in. Pez Motion, how you doing, man? I haven't seen you for a little bit. I hope things are good. Hadn't been back there in 30 years. Looked it up on Google Maps. Now a Montessori school. My childhood is truly gone. Oh, talking to someone about your favorite pizza and had a nostalgia moment. Oh, they turned your pizza joint into a Montessori? That's sad. How many people in chat went to a Montessori school? I'd like to know how abnormal that is. Because as a kid, I assumed everyone went to Montessori, because I did. But, I realized that not everybody did. See what I mean? There's Verg right there. Outing himself as a member of the plebs, as it were. Oh, I'm getting a whole lot of what is that, and that doesn't bode well. I'm gonna guess the answer is not many. Gee, oh my God! I thought I was gonna get at least one or two people who were like, "Yeah, me too." Oh no, I've outed myself, is what I've done. Hey, Necro Bob, how you doing? Yes, it's a school in Missouri. That's definitely what it is. Definitely. Hey, Thunder Mom, how you doing? Not my actual mother, by the way. I call her Thunder Mom, just for the sake of clarity. Not my actual mother. But a valued member of the community, and someone who I consider to be in an honorary motherly role regardless. Went to a Catholic school, not Catholic, and then public, and then semi-public. Yeah, Verg, I went to Montessori. After that, I went to a Catholic private school for a number of years. Again, not Catholic. I'm not even religious. My family wasn't religious. They just put me in a Catholic private school. That was fucking weird, by the way. Real weird. We wore uniforms. I had a little tie. We had to go to mass? May have something to do with my current general disdain for most religious institutions. Just my annoyance at having to deal with, of all things, Catholicism at a young age. What are you doing, camera? Come on. I'm over here. Come on. Focus on me. I know you can do it. I believe in you, camera. Why are you doing this lately? They didn't used to do this. Let me fix it. Of course, there isn't just an easy way to focus the C920 without opening up its controls. That would be far too simple. There we go. I'll just leave that open. Only heathen in the whole place. I doubt that, Verg. I doubt that. There were many of us heathens sort of slipping under God's radar, as it were. They choose what they want to work on? Holy shit! Tiny Hands went to a preschool Montessori. Does that make you feel better? It does. You know what, Tiny Hands? If you're there, samesies. You and me. The rest of these fools, they don't get it, okay? We get it. We're the fucking Montessori Mafia. Oh, damn it. Well, that message is wasted then. I do not disagree with you at all, Skull Fairy, by the way. And also, welcome in. Explains me jumping around with projects. Oh, no, that's my rampant, untreated ADHD that does that. Oh, man. Guess you need another G7. Yeah, we're just going to replace all these cameras with Lumix G7s. Seriously, though, I do need to get some new C920s. I'm getting ready for that remodel on the game room. And I need to have those ready to go so I can give them some semi-permanent installation points. Ion Raptor, good to see ya. I'm moving my hands to... It doesn't react well to my very emphatic hand motions? I guess that could actually be it. Did I try out those cheapo cameras? Vergaderung, I did. I think that they would be decent as a streamer's face camera. My main problem with them is that they have no focus. You cannot change the focus on them. They do not have a focus function. They are like single focal distance and nothing else. So if you were using it as a face cam, you could establish that focal distance and it would work for that. I wanted to use it for the game table so that I could have it on a tripod and move it around for a model's eye view, and I tested it out with what I want to be my new BRB screen, which is a rotating figure that I can change out, and it was just... it was a mess. It was a big mess. Use a Sony a7R II with a Ninja 5 to captured card. I know that's a lot of bullshit, but great image. You know, they say, I believe I've heard the saying, the bullshit makes the man, Deckard. So you embrace your bullshit. And besides, let me just tell you something, Deckard. I love the kit. I love the kit. I always love the kit. So I get it. I invest into kit when I, like... There's a lot of, you know, only get the things you absolutely need, and I'm like, no, I want to get the things I want, and I want everything just to have it. Thank you for pointing that out, Drakari. I did, yeah. Yeah, the bot does, in fact, seem to be working. Guys, definitely go check out Ion Raptor, by the way. I believe we got a package today. Ooh, did I really? I'll have to go check. Actually, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I just realized that I don't have a BRB screen set up to this overlay. So let me do this first. And now we're on this overlay. And now I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check for that package real quick because I don't actually want it to sit out there today because it looks like we might get some rain this evening. I'll be right back. So, I'm a pretty understanding guy. For the most part, but I'm pretty sure that the USPS has a conspiracy against me at this point. I live on a big piece of property. And there are 2 separate houses on it and then several outbuildings. And there are at least 3 ways to drive. No, I opened this, Data Nerd. It wasn't opened in the box. I opened it to be sure that I had the right box. I am understanding that it can be difficult if you were just driving up to where I live to know where do they want me to put, like, there's the mailbox, okay, but packages, where do we put them? I thought of this, and I was kind enough to put chains across 2 of the ways you can get onto the property, leaving only 1, and across those chains I have hung those big signs you can buy at like hardware stores that say deliveries with an arrow. Do not enter. Deliveries. That fucking way, you son of a bitch. It doesn't say that. That's implied. And if you follow those arrows, they eventually point to a big box, a big hinge-lidded box with a chain lock on it. And on this box, I have another sign that says deliveries here. And I have little pictures of their company logos. FedEx, UPS, USPS, DHL. Put it here. Inside the box, obviously, is a clown. Yes, thank you. I know there's no clown in the box. There's no clown in the box. God, where do you, what savage raised you? They can't seem to figure this out. I found this in the back of the property behind the second house. A place that you have to drive past the delivery box, past my propane tanks, past my little windmill, all the way back there, and then I can only assume at that point you realize there's no place left to go and you fucking give up, and you just kind of chuck it at the nearest gate you can find. That is why you fail. Deckard, I'm in Colorado. So yes, I got something from Ion Raptor. He sent me a bunch of these wonderful little foam peanuts, and I just can't thank them enough. Oh, that's a terrible idea. No. I mean, you know that melts in saliva? No, we got some mechs in here. I'll make sure that's the only bag. They're the biodegradable ones? Oh no, what have I done? Let's get rid of that. I got a box of stuff from Ion Raptor. Ooh, this guy's bigger than I thought he was. We got a Bane. Wow, this is a big mech. Lovely detail, good prints, barely any noticeable support connection points. Really nicely put together. I like the little piston detail there on the inside of the thigh. I like this knee plate because it's both floating, but it's adequately connected to the bottom portion here and thick in all the right places. Thick in all the right places, like Ion Raptor himself. And there's the top that goes on there. Ooh, nice crisp detail. This is pretty hot. This is a wonderful print. What resin do you use, by the way, Ion Raptor? And then it looks like we got a couple of options to go with it. Uh-oh, what's this? Ion Raptor, what's this tiny little piece? I am going to let Ion give me some input on the paint scheme for this here Bane. I just hope he doesn't say Thunderskunk. Like, I'll do it, but but that paint scheme never really came together for me. Ooh. The missile launchers look good. Again, the detail is crisp and really, really fine. What printer are you running, by the way? Is this one of them flashy new monochrome 2Ks? Everything fits nicely, and then we have some alternate gun arms with all the DACA in the fucking world, apparently. Yeah, really, really fine detail. These came out beautifully. I might magnetize these, just because I can. I think that these connection points are large enough. Let me see. It's an incredibly high-resolution print. This is really, really... This is a better resolution print than I usually get. This is going to be a tight fit, but I think I can do it. I mean, you know, if all else fails, I can always just pin it. And if I'm just putting that on there... Yeah, that's a tight fit, but I think that I can make that work. There won't be a whole lot. I have to be very careful so I don't bust up the sides when I'm drilling it out. But if I can get the void drilled, I think that'll be worth doing. Since I have multiple weapon options. Oh no, don't drop the magnet. It's right back up there. Came off the Mono X. Nice. But Ion Raptor, yeah, what is this? What is this piece in particular? It looks like little machine gun barrels. Did these go someplace? Does it go here? Maybe? It looks like it could. Right there. I don't know the weapon loadouts enough to know what this would be replacing. Or if this always goes here. Quad MG for... Okay, yeah. I assume it goes there. Because that looks like the only place that it fits. Okay. Ooh, this is a pretty mech, you guys. Ion Raptor, thank you so much for sending me this. I'm looking forward to getting some... I love how big, just how incredibly broad the whole torso section is. This is going to be a pleasure to paint. The details are all nice and chunky. You left some good broad panel spaces so I can actually put some decals on. I haven't done decals on a mech in months at this point. And this one actually has some really good real estate for it. Both on the legs and on the torso. It looks like I could fit some numbers, I could fit some hazard stripes, some symbols. I've got a bunch of leftover decals from my Cav Strike Ops stuff. Hang on, let's see what kind of weapons we got here. We got what looks like 5 Rack 2s, maybe? I'm not familiar with the loadouts on the Bane. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to go look up the loadouts so that I know what the hell I'm doing. Yeah, we got I'm gonna guess dual Rack 5s and then 5 Rack 2s for the arm options here, it looks like. I can barely tell you supported these arm portions at all. Ion Raptor, thank you so much for sending this my way. We're gonna have to get some paint on this here in the immediate future, and guys, if you're not following Ion Raptor designs already, 5 UAC2s, and then 2 Ultra AC10s, okay. That's a whole lot of DAC. Okay, so there's a version of the Bane that has 10 Ultra AC2s and 4 machine guns. That's silly. That's silly. You don't have to dare me, Roland. I'm probably going to do that anyway. I've been getting more and more comfortable with oils and honestly enjoying them quite a lot. But guys, if you're not following Ion Raptor Designs yet, make sure you go give that man a follow. Fantastic streamer, incredible designs, makes super high quality minis. He's done some giveaways recently that have been really, really fantastic. So go give him a follow and you can watch him do work like this live on his stream. Crits out enemy unit. Yeah, that seems like that would be a crit hunter at that point. How many times can I hit you? How many times can we roll? Ah, cha-cha-cha-cha. So yeah, we've got some heavy gears to work on today. These guys here, Roland, help me out. Help me out. One of these is a Jaeger and one is a Hunter, and I know that those are the same thing. But that's kind of the point, because one side stole the design from the other. But I can't remember which one's north and which is south. I am absolutely ashamed of my shitty, horrible knowledge of heavy gear and the fact that I continually forget who everybody is, considering that I really do love the mech designs. Left is Hunter. Okay, Hunter is boxy, Jaeger is curvy, and the Hunter is the north. Okay. Boxy north, smooth south, as it were. Ooh. Ugh. That is some unfortunate phrasing. So we're going to be working on these guys today. I got these ones, my northern ones, most of the way done. I want to come back in and redo the lensing. I don't like the purple lensing on them for the cockpits. I don't feel like that really worked out. I might do blue. I might go for a blue color instead of purple. Something that's going to pop against all the warm colors. that I've got going on here. I'm pretty happy with the colors that we went with for the southern gears. I think the yellow works really well on here. I think the green lens works really well on here. I think I can get the rest of them up to snuff like this with a wash, a bit of dry brushing, and some handwork. And I need to do their basing, because their bases basically haven't been done. These bases call for a dry brush. And yeah, we're gonna finish up these squads. I got these guys built. We were working on these last time. The cavalry pieces for conquest. Let me get the trays separated here. It's easier to do it this way. Got them all magnetized together now. These things are fucking huge. These models, they're massive. I think I want to change the helmet I have on, because this is like the mounted noble lord. I used one of the basic helmets for him because I didn't like the super fancy helmet that he came with. But I think I might change it out. I'm undecided yet. Either way, these are really, really nice models. So I got 4 of these guys built. They're going to go into my 600-point 100 Kingdoms force. How do I feel about electric blues? I'm fine with them. I can do some electric blues. I think I got some colors in mind for that, as a matter of fact. I've been working a little bit more on my Mercenary crossbowman, which I'm pretty happy with how stringing these came out. This crossbow doesn't look great because I cut the channel straight across when I strung it, so the bowstring kind of comes back and then goes across and then comes back down. This was the first one that I did, and as soon as I did it, I was like, that doesn't quite work. I don't want to go back and undo it or redo it. I think it's just going to kind of slip into the ranks and be less obvious. This is the second one that I did back here, and this is more like what I want it to look like. The bowstring looks like it's under tension because it comes back to a single point and forms a triangle. Yeah, White Wolf. I was just making the point that I've strung a lot of bows on a lot of minis in the 28 to 35 and now up to 40 millimeter scale. I've done a lot of them over the years. And I've tried a lot of different methods. I have, no, they're the same. It's just because these are in black and these are in white. That's really the only difference. They are the same thickness. One just kind of shows up more. When it's painted, they'll all look the same. I've done a lot of this, though. I've tried the, hold a lighter next to some sprue and draw the sprue out and get a little sprue thread and then use that to string. I've tried using actual string. I've tried string that's soaked in epoxy. I've tried about everything that everybody has ever suggested, and I have never found anything that works as well as these PLA priming strings. These are absolutely the best method for doing strung bows on minis. They glue well, they bend well, they attach well, they paint well, they accept primer well. Like, this is the way to go. And then these little crossbow corals, I just whipped these up in Fusion 360 and printed them out real quick. I did one tester and then I resized it and I printed these out. They printed nicely. The corals, Vergaderung? The bowstrings, this is printer priming string. This is the waste that you would normally throw away from your FDM printer. I just use it as bowstring instead. And then the corals are 3D prints that I whipped up in Fusion real quick and ran off on my Mars too. But I think they look pretty good. It's just, it always bugs me when I have ranged infantry for fantasy games and they have bows or crossbows and you just kind of have to imagine that there's string there. What's funny is the stringing part on this is super easy. The hardest part of doing all of this, and you can see it if you look at them, the arms on the loaded crossbows are bent where more so than the arms on the unloaded crossbows. Because again, this is just like my personal pet peeves. You could just run string into a triangle shape and be like, this one's loaded. But that's not how bows work. The arms don't move much, but when you draw a bow or load a crossbow, the arms come under tension and they bend back a little bit more. And this is by far the hardest thing to do, because styrene doesn't like to bend. Like, it'll flex, but it doesn't want to bend. And particularly in a cross-section like this, it's more likely to break and fracture. And heating it is very questionable. I don't know if you guys have ever tried to heat a small piece of styrene and bend it, but there is this this tiny, like razor-thin Goldilocks zone where you can apply heat and bend styrene before suddenly the entire model crazes and warps and melts, and it's just an unrecognizable mess. It is this razor-thin margin. So, the best way that I have found to do it, if you're curious to do this sort of thing, is fill a small reservoir with boiling water, dip the piece inside, use like a pair of tweezers to hold the piece under the water, and then use, I've got like a metal sculpting tool that I'll use. So you hold it under the water with the tweezers, reach into the water with the sculpting tool, and just gently push the piece that you want to bend in the direction that you want it to go. If it is actively being heated by, like, it won't work if you dip it in the water and then pull it out and try to bend it. It literally cools so fast that at that point it won't bend anymore. You have to do it when it's under the water. But then you can kind of tease pieces into the shape that you want them to be in. Thought the only way to heat styrene I do is the whole melt sprues to make thin wires method. Yeah, that's, you know, that, yeah. That can work. This is much, much easier. The printer strings, much, much easier indeed. Just got a Riptide for 30% of the original... Oh, not 30% off, 30%, 35% of the original price. Damn, that's pretty sweet. That's... Ooh. Oh, no. Oh, Chaotic's gonna be doing a Riptide. None of us are safe. Happy man. Oh, Coral coming in for that 16 months of resubs. It is your sweet 16 indeed. Somebody get this man his 16 candles. How you doing, oh Coral? It is a pleasure to see you. Let me put these guys back together so that I won't bump into them. Click. I love how these trays go together. I've just been futzing with it lately. Click. Joined into a regiment. And then you can slide them around and move them to your heart's content. Alright, moving back there. My men-at-arms out of the way, and my crossbowmen out of the way, because my conquest stuff is occupying every possible space on my desk. Let's work on some heavy gear. What, no battle tech? We're doing heavy gear today. The main gun and the drones. Alright, alright. Now, the Riptide is big enough that there are a number of 3D printable components I know people make for it. So if you find yourself with some components that you want to get printed, Chaotic Harmony, it just so happens that you know a number of people who can get that done for you. Yeah, Okoro can finally start driving. Hooray! Alright, move the northern gears there. I got my wet palette ready to go. Getting back to working with some acrylics. It's been a little bit of a break. Ooh, I don't want to lose my quad MG. That fell out. Let me put that back with the Bane. I don't want to be that guy for Gadarung who's like, you should 3D print everything for 40k. I don't want to be that guy. But since you put me on the spot, you should 3D print everything for 40k. Because you can at this point. And also, fuck them. Well, what I mean to say is that Thunderhead Studio in no way endorses or promotes illegal activity or IP theft. I'm simply pointing out that you have that option available to you, and it's cheap. I got a couple new colors from Pro Acryl from Monument Hobbies, so I'm going to try some of those out today. And I think we have a couple of colors that we acquired from Rainy River Design since the last time we worked on this that we can also use. Pull out my porcelain palette because I might do a little bit of dry brushing and I'll need that.
$99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
100 Kingdoms, 12 Nights, sounds like fun. I'm only starting off with the 4 of them. I wonder if the 100 Kingdoms are ever going to get a monster-sized unit and what it would be. Maybe like a siege engine? What do we suppose a monster-sized unit for the 100 Kingdoms would be? I can see a catapult or a ballista. That could work. I don't think it's anywhere in their lore that they should have anything that's like an actual monster. But who the hell knows? Conquest lore is very strange. A siege tower? Yeah. Maybe not a siege tower, because I don't know how that would really interact with the game. But, see, I don't know about Steam Tank, Verg. I don't think they have anything steampunky. They're very low tech. But I could see, like, a war wagon, or like a ballista, or like a catapult, or even a trebuchet. Something like that. Alright. So I think what I'm going to start off with is I'm going to give these guys a dry brush followed by a wash and let that set, and then go to my northern gears and work on them for a little bit while that is curing. Can't tell my Windsor and Newton brushes from my Game Envy brushes anymore. There it is. A War Rhino or Elephant? I could buy that. I would want to see something like that. Yeah, because the Wahadrun have War Beasts for their monstrous size unit. Yeah, it's a fucking T-Rex. The images they just posted of that T-Rex are absolutely out of control. Everyone is reacting predictably with excitement, as they should, because that's fucking exciting. Orcs riding T-Rexes with feathers. Hold me back. I apologize if I'm a little low energy today. I may be. I didn't get much sleep last night. Been out all day today. In unrelated news, if you need someone who knows how to completely dismantle a John Deere riding mower, I now know far more about that than I ever wanted to know before. I've had one that has thrown its belt 3 times in the last week, and I have taken apart that fucking mowing deck so many times. I finally tracked down what was wrong with it. There was literally one individual bolt that was part of a little tension pulley carriage thing that just, like... It's not even like all the teeth were stripped, so it moved funny. It was like some of the teeth were stripped, so... in the right configuration, and if you shake it around enough, like in just the right spot, it'll slip just a little bit, which will let this pulley come out, and it just kept throwing the belt, so it was incredibly difficult to track down. Let's see, I think we're gonna dry brush this with a little bit of Rainy River Design Shadow Skull. Mower Monday stream? God, no, I don't want to stream that. It's horrible. Maybe the Knights get a dragon. I think that the dragons are all... like, dragons in Conquest seem like they're super powerful beasts that aren't aligned with anybody. Yeah. They are like ancient, hyper-intelligent beasts, and most of them is dead. Did a Command Jaeger and a Head Hunter. Is that what that head means? I think that that's the command head, isn't it? That was my intention, I believe, when I built it. Where my dry brush is. There it is. Yes, okay, good. Yeah, I did one of the command head variant for each squad. Oh, I just stuck my finger right in my paint. And then I smeared it on my painting desk. This is why we have protective coverings over our desks. Yeah, get off my glove. Ooey gooey. Okay. get a little bit of paint on here. Wipe the vast majority of it off. Test us a little bit here. That's still too streaky. That's pretty good. I can be pretty rough with this. Still like my Rock Rider idea. For no real reason, I just do. Not for no real reason. You like it because it's cool, damn it. That and the Rock Rider was also a unit in, for the human faction in Rune Wars. Not Rune Wars, the miniature game, but Rune Wars, a game that was played with miniatures, but wasn't called the miniature game. I guess it was a board game. It was their Command and Colors hex-based battle game. But they had a Rock Rider unit for the humans that was pretty badass. God, I love that game. Battle Lore, not Rune Wars. Sorry, Battle Lore is what it was called. And Rune Wars is the universe that sort of developed out of that. God, I miss Rune Wars. I feel like, I don't know. If I like a property too much, it's just doomed, I think. Is what it comes down to. That, or I only started liking it after it was doomed? I don't know. The world may never know. Yeah, like Game of Thrones. Oh, no. I wanted to love Game of Thrones and it wouldn't let me. You know what's really funny to me about Game of Thrones is ultimately the failure of that show, which I can't call it a failure, let's face it, it made all the money. How much money did it make? It made all the fucking money. But DB Weiss and David Benioff were the two showrunners for that one, and they're largely the ones who are personally credited with shitting up the last season because they suck. And they also did, humorously, they did one of my favorite episodes of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. They did the water park episode, where Frank raw dogs his way down the Thunder Gun Express and strips all the skin off of his back. Wolf and Spawn, with that 15 months of resubs, join a sneaky tune in and watch while at work. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hang on 1 second, I'll be right back. Had to let somebody know where the fuel cans were. Shit, what was I just saying? Yeah, so David Weiss and DB Benioff did the water park episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And I point this out because they're actually in it. I was about to say Wolf and Spawn. Yeah, Wolf and Spawn's employer, he's watching Twitch right now. Come, look fast. He's gonna change the screen. Look, he's gonna... Oh. It's probably too late now. How you doing, Wolf and Spawn? It's good to see you. Pez Motion. 8 months. Pez Motion found a button and then pushed it. That's one of my favorite buttons. I'm glad you found that button. Thank you so much, Pez Motion. Also, it's good to see you again, man. Like I said, it's been a little bit. They're actually in the episode. I don't remember which one. It's either DB Weiss or David Benioff. I think I keep reversing their names. Who is the lifeguard on top of one of the slides, and two of the adult characters go up to the top of the slide, and they're gonna go down it, And he tells them, he's like, you guys, you can't go down the slide. It's designed for kids. You're gonna get hurt. And they just go, whatever, nerd. Yeah, fuck you, nerd. And they go down it anyway. And the guy's reaction, he just goes, whatever, I don't give a shit. He just goes back to reading his magazine. And I'm just struck by this because it's the only place that I know him doing any acting, and it perfectly encompasses his approach to Season 8 of Game of Thrones. Like, he was telling us over a year in advance what was going to happen, and we didn't listen, Deckard. We didn't listen. He didn't give a fuck. Thank you so much for that sub, Pez Motion. Their defense, they were never hired to come up with an end to Game of Thrones. I mean, you know. That's a tough one. Because you're right. You're right. They weren't necessarily hired to finish Game of Thrones for George Martin, and ultimately, if anybody is at fault for what has happened to Game of Thrones, it is George Martin, despite the fact that he remains somehow unblamed by the fan communities. And that sucks. That sucks, because they had to come up with something, but they could have come up with many, like, the possible extremes here are massive, because what they did was so fucking bad. They could have made up almost anything, or even acted like they gave a shit. No, they didn't have to. They didn't have to come up with the greatest ending for Game of Thrones, or the perfect ending for Game of Thrones. They had to come up with an ending for Game of Thrones that didn't insult all of our intelligence. And for that matter, our devotion to the show that made them rich. Yeah, just a quick dry brush takes it from here to here. I love this technique, particularly for hard surface models. The Night King. Yeah. Oh my god. I remember vividly the night that I sat here in this very house I'm in now, and I watched that episode, The Long Night, and I was just... I don't know. You guys know. You know how I am. You know how much energy I'll put into talking about things that I hate. You know how into criticism I get. And I don't know if I have the energy. I don't know if I have the give a fuck, because when I think about that episode, I get depressed. It just makes me sad. You want to know what was wrong with that episode? Virtually everything. And as I'm watching it, I'm increasingly yelling at the fucking screen. There were so many missed opportunities, so many things that didn't make a goddamn bit of sense. So many things that were like, it's just painfully obvious as an audience member in the moment of watching. I'm watching it going, they did this because it looks cool. And if there was anybody on set who had the fucking balls to stand up and go, this doesn't make any sense, I assume they were fired immediately. It's hard for me to criticize Season 8 of Game of Thrones because it's all, like I've told you before, I don't bother to criticize things that I really hate. I criticize things that on some level I either love part of or I want to love more than I do. And Game of Thrones Season 8 is just a fucking shit show. It is just a garbage fire from start to finish, and I don't care enough. I don't care enough to criticize it meaningfully. Oop, I forgot to do something. Mods, I forgot to jump into the mod support channel, but I'm doing that now.
To regain purity.
Okay, there we go. Matt, you really got to work on your trolling skills, man. Every now and then you've got one that's pretty good, but I have to say a lot of your attempts are stuff like what you just said. Where it's like, I like Game of Thrones Season 8. Where it's like, it's so absurd that it doesn't... A good troll has to have that moment of believability, that initial shock that it puts into the recipient where they go, does this person believe this thing? And I just, Matt, I don't believe you. Like, not even for a second. But I'm glad we got that shout out in anyway, because while I may not believe you, Matt, I do fucking love your stream and think everybody should go check it out. Us oil painters, man, we gotta stick together. I say us, you do a shitload more of it than I do. But between Matt Yee, Wapelius, and Steel a Rebel, you can learn about all you need to know to get into oil painting minis. and see some really, really fantastic techniques while you're at it. Now, I think it's important to note that, particularly on Twitch, if you watch streams here on Twitch, you've noted, like, their streams are very, very, very talented artists that aren't actually that entertaining. Like, they've got good artistic content, but the streamer themselves is more focused on their work, or maybe they're not as active or as fun to watch. And that's certainly the case with a number of the high-level streamers that I follow, where I'm like, I'm really just in it for the technical art of it all. Matt Yee is a fantastically talented painter, and on top of that, he's an incredibly entertaining person. I really, really love his stream, and if you guys aren't following it, you should go give him a follow right now. I could focus the oh, is it unfocused? I apologize. I thought I got my depth of field pretty good last time, but then I messed with my settings, and I probably need to redo it. Happy Man O'Coral popping out that gift sub over to Data Nerd. O'Coral, thank you so much for that gift sub, man. Data Nerd, you enjoy not having to watch commercials and getting to use Chaotic Harmony's fantastic voice commands. That's pretty good. One more little
here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
And more and more and more and more. Yeah, for example, right? Get the details on this missile launcher to pop a little bit more. Let's see if I can't get down between the arm and the chest there just a little bit. And that's close enough. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I've got a bunch more gears to build, by the way, Roland. These are just the ones I've built so far. Alright, let's pop a little bit of a black wash on these guys. Always clean your dry brush at least a little bit immediately after using it.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
We're dry brushing. We're dry brushing and washing, for God's sake. I need to have a button that temporarily disables the glorb command. For those moments when it's wildly inappropriate.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha.
Oh, we're having fun today.
Because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
A little bit of my AP dark tone here, and I'm going to give that just a touch of flow aid. How you doing, Chaotic? You painting anything today, or are you just talking about upcoming projects? A little bit of flow aid, and I'm going to give it just a dab of water. Because I don't want to stain the overall model too much here. I'm going to try to kind of pin wash it a bit, but I'm going to be pretty sloppy with it. So the flow aid should help. Currently at work, so nothing yet. What? Your job isn't painting models yet, Chaotic. Get on it, man. You get a bright future. But only in model painting. Only in model painting. Leave broadcasting behind. Embrace the painting.
Son of a bitch. Is not.
Slop, slop, slop. Slop, slop, slop. And see what the flow aid is doing here. I know that most of you know this, but I just, some of you may not. What the flow aid is really doing here is just helping this wash to run off the upper smooth surfaces and gather more in the crevices and low points of the model, which is mostly where I want it to be. Don't want to overdo the high parts. Some work on the new XV8 Commander suit. You did some green stuff for. Made him an anime scarf. Ooh, like a Mikasa Ackerman scarf. I'm into that. Hey, how you doing, Project Dark Fox? Good to see you. Resin printer is back online. What's the first thing you're gonna print? Crossbow roof. Now that the printer's running again and all. This is the great challenge of 3D printing, are those horrible, horrible times when everything goes wrong and the printer goes down and you just don't print anything for several months. You just kind of glance over at it periodically going, I should really take an afternoon and fix that. But getting around to it, that is the challenge. Alright, there's one. Finishing up a lava dragon you started. Failed on a wing due to perforated FEP. Oh, that's rough. That is rough. I've had a really, really good run with the last FEPs that I changed. I shouldn't say anything, because I'm going to say it, and they're going to fail on the prints that they're doing right now. But I haven't had to change the FEP in well over 2 months now. And there's no noticeable perforation or damage, no noticeable cloudiness.
I heard you liked battle mechs.
Doing really well.
So I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
My nose is so itchy today. I don't know why. I'm at the should I buy a 3D printer 6 years later stage. Yeah. They're at the point now where it's kind of hard to argue with. Like, if you think you would use one, and you can spare $250 to $300 to get into the hobby, that's a pretty reasonable price point to get a decent printer and the supplies that you need to operate it. And pretty plug-and-play compatible ones, too. The new resin printers are like, you can have it out of the box and printing something inside of 15 minutes, easy. Mars 3 is coming out. Of course it is. Of course it is. They're never going to stop coming out with things. I'm going to be forever behind. Killed a desk chair today. What did it do to you? Then you perforated the replacement with an Allen wrench. Jesus Christ. Having one of those days, huh? Think we can all sympathize to a degree. Go. That's 2. You're sitting in it and the gas piston popped the seal. Oh, that's always a terrible feeling. Yeah, the gas piston in mine has slowly given up the ghost and it barely works right now. And I know I've complained about it a few times on stream, but I really do need to get a new rolling chair here at some point. Enjoy your Lurko, Coral. Always good to have you around, man. Lurkers are the true MVPs of the Twitch viewer pool. Hey, Heresy Killer, good to see you, man. It must be nice, Sumatha. It must be nice being short. I don't have that option. I have to extend everything up to the maximum, just so that my legs aren't collapsing in on themselves. Also, I don't fit in many cars. It's been bullshit my whole life. I'm not that tall, Deckard. I'm 6'2". I'm like just tall enough to not fit into a lot of things, but not tall enough for it to be like significant. Like you've got to hit 6'4", it seems like, before people start noticing. Before it's like, oh, that guy's tall. If you're just 6'2", it's like, hey, he's tallish. And you still like bump your head on shit and don't fit into cars, and your legs are too long, and it's the worst of both worlds. Lore Friendly with that 9-month streak. Thank you so much for that resub, Lore Friendly. Welcome in. Seems pretty good. Let those three sit for a few. Ooh, I know something I want to do to them before we let them sit. Where is my... Nope, wrong color. Also wrong color. Where is it? It's in my flesh tone section, right? It would be. Not ruddy flesh. It's a Vallejo bottle. Oh no, I've forgotten the organization of my acrylic paint rack, you guys. The end is truly nigh. What did I do with it? Is that it? No, that's rust.
99 bottles of paint on the wall.
Oh, this has never been more appropriate.
Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
It's one very particular bottle of paint, and I can't find it. I think I'm just going to go with something close to it, because it doesn't really matter, but it's just frustrating. I can't find exactly what I want, so we're going to get some of this Reaper Nut Brown out. That'll do the job. Actually, you know what? Something a little redder. A little redder. Let's go with some heavy sienna. Arkudaki, after a certain point, every moment is an old age moment. I got all these sprues I'm saving for Darkheart. Hey, 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 Dr. Rhino! Welcome in. Yeah, that's good, because this is a bit more red than the brown I was actually looking for. And I think will work better. So let's thin that a bit. Not too much, because we're going to use it as a base. And just slop that over the bases here. All my grit texture and rocks. Gotta head out. Lore Friendly, thanks so much for being here, man. It's always a pleasure to see you, even if you're just stopping in. You have a great day, and I hope to see you next time, man. We'll be back Sunday, and we'll be watching terrible movies on Discord on Saturday if you want to join us. go. Let's do this one. Which terrible movies? I believe the winners of the vote, and I haven't checked them today. I don't think it's changed, though. I believe we are doing In the Name of the King, a Dungeon Siege Tale from 2007. And then we are doing Double Dragon from 1994. You see, I wasn't kidding when I said we were watching fucking terrible movies. They're really bad. I opted for movies that I either haven't seen or haven't seen in a long time for the voting, and those two have kind of emerged on top. Double Dragon I don't think I've seen since 94. And In the Name of the King I don't think I've seen since 2007. Miami Connection was up for the vote, but it did not win. Troll 2. Troll 2 is going to be up for voting at some point, Dr. Rhino, but I tried to avoid going, like, right to the list of popular bad movies. Miami Connection is up there for me because I watched that one when it first got its re-release from Draft House. And I also, Miami Connection has a special place for me because I grew up in Florida. And I remember YK Kim's, like, instructional videos and, like, YK Kim's commercials for his Taekwondo school were always on when I was a kid. So, to then see YK Kim's movie was really something. And the hilarious juxtaposition of his whole, like, you know, yeah, family matters, and, you know, teamwork, and self-discipline, and stay away from drugs, and be a good upstanding person, and support your brothers, and, you know, then the last part of the movie is like, chop ninjas into fucking pieces in the most violent way possible. Just blood, blood, death, death, blood, blood, death. Like, it's such a mixed, incredibly mixed bag of a movie. But it does have wonderful musical numbers by Dragon Sound, such as Against the Ninja and Friends Forever. I don't know if that's the name of the song, but the lyrics are to that effect. It's like, I believe some of the lyrics are Friends for eternity, loyalty, honesty, stick together through thick or thin. We're on top because we play to win. Pez Motion, you have a great day also, man. You get down to that FLGS. You F that LGS right in the... No, I'm not going to finish that. I thought about it, I don't want to finish that. Gonna wear an Elvira type outfit for the stream. I'm not a horror host, Arkudaki. I'm not Joe Bob Briggs, okay? Made a decision about the factional allegiances for these two squads. Roland? No. I have not. I am open to suggestions. But thus far they are just broadly north and south. Gonna watch said bad movies from a hot tub. Let me tell you what gets me the most about the hot tub streaming thing. First of all, it has its own category on Twitch now, which is fucking bizarre, but that's not what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about something that really bothers me about them. And it's not something that I address lightly because I know it can be a controversial topic. But, you know, when I first saw that they existed and I checked out one of the streams, there was just one thing about it that really offended me to my core. They're not in hot tubs. They're not in hot tubs. All the girls doing hot tub streams are in, like, kiddie pools. They're not heated. They're like cold water. They seem terrible. There's nothing to do with a hot tub. If it was in an actual hot tub, I might be more interested. I probably still wouldn't be, but at least it wouldn't be just blatantly lying. Does kiddie pool stream just not have the same allure? I mean, I say it out loud and I realize, no, it doesn't. It sounds creepy and weird, actually. That's probably why they decided not to go with that. Like, the first time they put it up, like, oh, we're doing a kiddie pool stream today. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. That has really bad connotations. Let's call it, hot tub. Can't have a hot tub inside. It's nonsense. Good to see you, Nano Tanks. You know, Anotic Mom, Joe Bob is still doing his show. He had a little bit of a resurgence. If it wasn't last year, it was the year before on Shudder. And he was just going to do a one-time show, and it like did really, really well. So Joe Bob Briggs has been doing more and more shows. He also picked up a, like a little horror bunny co-host. And I don't know where he met this girl, but she is just like a straight-up porn star who hangs out with him and comments on movies. And it's weird. It's weird. Joe Bob's old, and I think it shows at this point. I mean, I still love his stuff, but it's strange now. Now we pull these guys off, let them set for a little bit, and we'll do a little bit of work on the northern gears. If you just skip past all the horror hosting parts where the porn star talks, and go right to the parts where Joe Bob, like, you know, in detail lists out the type of kills in the movie, and stick to the parts where he's talking about how he doesn't understand modern society and the kids need to get off his lawn, it's still pretty entertaining. Maybe I'll go do a hot tub stream. Chaotic hot tub. Do it. Do it, Chaotic. You won't. This is Tempest. That's Mountain Stone. I don't want Mountain Stone. I want Tempest. Tempest Gray. There it is. Zombie Brush did a hot tub stream. I seen it. Yeah, Twitch is going in a weird direction. I'm kind of, these days, I'm keeping my eye out for what the next big thing in streaming might wind up being, because I'm just sort of aware that Twitch might eat itself alive seemingly at any moment. They have now officially endorsed really cheesy, bad softcore porn, and I want to criticize it briefly, if I may, because it's not even good porn. Like, I don't care. I don't care. I really, like, I'm not, you know, prudish in any way about that sort of thing. I just look at it and I'm like, who is this appealing to? I guess the creepy part is that it's appealing to children who are on Twitch, and I think that's what people mostly complain about, and I totally get that, because it's strange and confusing. But it's like if you're a grown-up and you're on the internet and you're like, I want to see some porn. It's not hard. It's not difficult at all to find people who are much more focused than those girls are, and I have infinitely more respect for that. Exactly, Deckard, that's the creepy part. Just like when YouTube had all those videos that were really thinly veiled excuses for people to look at scantily clad young girls, and it's like everyone looks at each other and goes, this isn't okay, why are we doing this? It's an uncomfortable subject, but, you know, here we are on Twitch, and that's apparently the reality of the situation. And instead of doing what we'd hoped they would do and reject it to some degree, it seems like they have only embraced it. Which was an interesting choice. You know what? I need a different dry brush because I forgot I got that one wet. And that defies the whole point of dry brushing. It's not a wet brush. There we go. Oh, that's extra streaky. There we go. Does YouTube still have that? No, I thought that they got rid of that. I admit I haven't paid the most attention to it. It's not exactly a subject near or dear to my heart. But I was under the impression that they had done something about that. I'm disappointed to find out that's not true. Not like super disappointed. I don't exactly expect YouTube to be a beacon of ethics. I'm dry brushing, and I'm okay with getting some of this on the feet of the model because these are mechs. They've been stomping around in the dirt, so the color of the dirt being a little dusty on their feet, I think, works. There is no line, Zombie Brush. The line has to do with money. Does the streamer make money? If the streamer makes money, we'll let them do whatever we legally can. If they don't make money, we're going to ban them and blame policy. It's unfortunately not surprising. But I'm not here to criticize Twitch corporate. People do that enough online, and I think we all agree they're completely full of shit. What I need to read, Roland, by the way, not to do a complete non sequitur, what I need to read up on are the actual terrain rules in the new Heavy Gear Blitz 3rd edition rulebook so that the things I make will work ideally within the rules. I don't think the terrain rules are terribly complex. I think just some large pieces of blocking terrain won't require much thought or engineering, but I just want to make sure that what I make is sort of ideally suited to it. I want to make some rough terrain, too. Ever since I did the Fields of the Fallen bases for Conquest, I'd like to do some more sculpted terrain features for rough terrain. And that's something where I can apply a little bit of engineering know-how and making sure that we have sculpted 3D details that have all the same Z level on top so that bases can balance on them easily. Because rough terrain can often introduce wobbly model syndrome, and I hate wobbly model syndrome. You want some sculpted bases for Heavy Gear? So let me ask you a question, Roland. Is there any reason besides nostalgia to put hex bases on the small gears? Because I went with round bases for everything, just because they sent it to me with some hex bases and some round, and I'm like, for the I've got to just pick one. I've got to just pick one for the system, either round or hex. Hey, Gus Schultz. I'm sorry, Gus. I saw you say hi earlier, and I didn't say anything. It's good to see you, man. Yeah, Daytrin, this is the point that I make about Disney a lot. People want to talk about, you know, Disney doing the right thing, Disney doing this, Disney doing that. Disney makes money. And they have a series of complicated algorithms linked in with a series of focus groups and social media committees to determine what position on any given social subject will make them the most money today. And then they will readdress that tomorrow morning and come up with the new version of the algorithm. They don't do anything because they want to hurt people. They don't do anything because they want to help people. They do things because they don't care if they help or hurt people, and they want your money. And the sooner that we get that through our heads and accept that as their motivations, overall the happier we'll be and the more we'll understand their choices. It's just money. And it's sad because arguably Walt Disney probably wanted something else for the company, but you know, Walt Disney was his own special sort of son of a bitch too. Arkudaki, you get some sleep, man. Thanks for popping in. Despite it being so late, it's always a pleasure to see you in chat, man. My favorite female streamer is used to streaming gaming before she became a pool streamer. You know, that's a tough one. That's a tough one, Mafik, because I don't blame them. I don't blame anybody who fills a market niche. Because those streams, if they didn't make money, if people didn't come out to watch them, if people didn't throw money at the screen when they were on, they wouldn't exist. So I really can't blame the people who are just, you know, making ends meet by sitting in a pool. It makes sense. They've got the assets, they've got the support, they've got the know-how. It's not really their fault. It's Twitch giving them their own fucking subsection that is the creepiest thing about it. Heavy Gear's still around. Dapper Raccoon, not only is it still around, it just got a new rule set. Heavy Gear Blitz 3rd edition just released a little while ago, and so far has been getting some pretty rave reviews from those who are digging in. Also, relatively recently, in the last few years, they got a bunch of new styrene plastic sprue-based models. I would argue that there has never been a better time to get into Heavy Gear. Also, DreamPod 9, fantastic company, great customer service, a lot of care given to their customers. I cannot recommend dealing with them directly enough. Alright, I need a little bit more of that Shadow Skull from Rainy River Designs. You have a fantastic night, Arkudaki. Yeah, Disney now owns, you know, the fucking world, by the way. I don't know where Disney's going, but I'm terrified of it. They are a soulless machine that specializes in grinding your childhood down into a fine powder to dilute into a potion that they then sell back to you. They have weaponized and monetized your nostalgia. I don't blame anyone for consuming it. We are only men. But there's very little content. All the rules are written with a hex base in mind. Shit, are they really rolling? Fuck, what have I done? Then why do the large units come with round bases? I'm confused by this. Oh, DreamPod 9 has been continuing to support Heavy Gear, Raccoon, which is excellent. It's a fantastic universe. Also, of all the mini companies out there, they're one of the most friendly to the 3D printing phenomenon, which I thoroughly appreciate. Is it just, are the rules written with hexes in mind in the sense of easily determined facing? Because that's something that I can work around. But I cannot bring myself to have multiple models in the same army, some of them on hex bases and some of them on round bases. I can't do it. I would sooner just mark 30-degree angles on my round bases than do that. Alright, I'm going to give that one more round of dry brushing with a quick dash of pure white. I want to say these are for the hunters? That wasn't a number, that wasn't even a word I said. Hang on. What round did I do for these guys? 28 millimeter? About 27 1/3 millimeter is what I went with for these. That's close enough. 3 millimeters ain't gonna kill anybody. Also, I'm pretty sure these are just the bases that I originally made for Star Wars Legion and repurposed. Hex Bros vs. Circle O's. When you're a jet, you know? You're a jet all the way. From your first cigarette to your last dying day. Little bit of pure white on my dry brush here. Get most of it off. I think that basing looks pretty decent. I will take a look. Worst case scenario, Roland, the good news is that bases are super fucking easy to change. I don't use styrene bases, and I never use plastic glue to attach styrene models to bases, even if I'm doing styrene, because I've had way too many armies over the course of my wargaming career that I wanted to change the bases on. So I always use super glue so I can always throw them in the freezer, pop them off, and re-glue them. And these bases are simple enough, I'm just not going to worry about it for the moment. If I decide I want to swap to hexes, that'll be easy to do. But man, if I do hexes, I'm doing hexes on everything. Alright. Set these guys aside and come back to the southern gears for a minute. Give their bases a little bit of attention. I went with a red-brown. I'm going to move that into kind of a yellow register here. Not that. Looking for an ochre color. Heavy gold-brown, that'll do the job. Oh. Oh no to square. That's terrible. So 3mm hasn't killed anybody, but 9mm certainly has. It's like an Action Man John McClane one-liner. If there was like a Die Hard movie that was set inside of a Games Workshop store, he would totally use that line. Die Hard, where they get trapped inside like the Games Workshop headquarters. That's not even a thing for Die Hard anymore, is it? Like, it used to be that it was them getting trapped in places, but I don't think that's a thing anymore. Because like this Die Hard 1, they're trapped in the Nakatomi Plaza building. Die Hard 2, they're trapped in an airport. Die Hard 3, they're trapped in New York City. And after that, it's just like, yeah, whatever. They're someplace and they're doing a thing. Who cares? Shut up, you'll watch it. Seems like a good choice. Orange leather from scale 75. It is a reddish but light brown. And the sequel, 2d6 hard. Looks like you failed your initiative roll, asshole. To Square, thank you for the reminder. A little heavier on that. Ow. Painting gears indeed. But not ogres at the moment. Until now, what's up, Painted Ogre? How are you doing today? Good to see you. I need to go significantly heavier here. There we go. there. I based these before I started my current paradigm of painting bases before I paint minis. Which I still do as long as I'm not really doing a, like, mass assembly line painting. Then it becomes a wee little bit prohibitively difficult. Oh my god, it's just Dices. Oh my god. Just Dices, how you doing? Been a little bit. We get a shout out pretty... Oh my god, my mods beat me to it. Could you at least wait for me to say it so I can pretend like I'm doing something here? The stream is really just my mods. And I'm like a vestigial organ. Dices, how are you doing today? Good to see ya. I need to go a lot lighter than this, but this for a first round is okay. The monkey. The dancing monkey. They're the organ grinder, and I'm the fucking monkey with a fez. They turn the handle, and I dance, and I clash my cymbals. Oh, man, a guy cuts himself shaving one time and everybody's got a comment on it. Don't be alarmed, but there's something on your neck. That's my head, Matt. That's my head. Alright, I'm gonna dial this up real high to... What am I going after? Let's put this back. I think I'm just gonna mingle in a bit of a flesh tone into that orange. Just let the neck beard flow. Just give up. Quit shaving. What's funny right now is I'm not rewatching Deep Space Nine, Hethrir, but I did start putting on TNG again in the background while I work. So I'm not quite to the magnificence of Jeffrey Combs as Wayun, but I will work my way back to it. Say hi to the Pocket Goth. Wait, Roland, who's the Pocket Goth? Somebody help me out here. Playing Voyager in the background. Wow, that's the worst of the Treks. Come on. You know what? I can't even know. I forget that time has continued to pass and the worst of the Treks is now the newest of the Treks. Voyager's actually fucking excellent, and I really, really like vast portions of it, even as I dislike some entire characters. But it will never, no section of Voyager, no matter how silly, will ever be as fucking terrible as Discovery or Picard. And yes, Hethrir, I know you like Picard, and I won't judge you for it, at least not in public. Oh, okay. Oh, that wasn't directed at me. I follow Painted Ogre. As long as I know what's going on in my own chat. Sometimes. Oh, Matt Yee, don't tell me you're a fucking Star Trek Picard fan. Don't do that to me, Matt. I like you too much. It's not. It's not, though. I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm not gonna sit here and get into a long, drawn-out thing about why Picard is bad. It just, you know? I guess we all consume art differently. You know what strikes me the most about Picard? Now, watching through The Next Generation again, what really gets me is I'm paying attention to the interactions between Data and Picard. I'm looking for signs of this deep emotional relationship that underpins the entire setting of Star Trek Picard, and I can't find it. I can't find it. Maybe they should have called it Star Trek LaForge, because that would have made sense. Because LaForge and Data had that relationship. And yeah, Sumita, but those movies fucking suck. Oh my god, the Next Gen movies are awful. You mean the movies where Jean-Luc Picard rips off his shirt and picks up a couple of disruptor pistols and jumps through the air, shooting at Romulans and Remans and shit? Those movies? Fuck those movies. It's so bad. Oh, I had the biggest crush on 7 of 9. Alright, I'm just gonna file that fact away somewhere in the filing cabinets of my mind, Dices. Don't you worry about that. I love the episode where Picard says, "Make it so." And that's all of them, isn't it? I say they were brilliant? No, I just said that's where the relationship was formed. Okay, fair, Sumita. That is what you said. And that is probably true. They focused more on Picard and Data having a relationship in those movies, but those aren't the character of Picard to me at all. And the Picard that was in those movies was a different person to the Picard who was in The Next Generation. And that has been true since those movies came out. First Contact is okay. I still have issues with the Picard in First Contact. I know that they wanted to go all Borg vengeance-y with him and have this deep emotional connection and PTSD and blah blah blah, but again, none of that really vibed with who he was in the show. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy his, murdering his own crew member and then going off on an extended rant about how once you're the Borg, there's no coming back from being the Borg and they must be destroyed and we must draw the line here. And I'm like, dude, you are a living example of how literally everyone in the collective has a chance to come back. That is what you are. That was your whole fucking arc. And we've just decided to throw that out in favor of, I don't know, Action Man Picard, I guess. First Contact overall is a fine movie. Oh, is it really, Roland? Well, I guess that decision has been made for me, then. But I will give First Contact that I enjoy watching it. Certainly more than I enjoy watching Generations, which was just confusing. Certainly more than I enjoy watching Insurrection, which is... Why am I talking about this? I hate these movies. Why am I talking about them? This is stupid. I love Star Trek The Next Generation. I love it. I love the show. I watch it over and over and over again. It is one of the most inspirational pieces of fiction that I have ever personally consumed, and Jean-Luc Picard from The Next Generation is in my personal pantheon of fictional characters that I look to for moral and ethical guidance in my life. That is how much I love that show and how much I love that character, and I cannot stand any version of them past that. But that's me personally. I won't say that you're wrong for liking the rest of it. I will just say that all the new stuff is basically saying to me that I'm never ever going to get back what I loved. I just have to make do with what already exists. But I'm getting more and more used to that as time goes on. I want to agree with you, Sumitha, but that would involve saying anything good about Star Trek Nemesis, and that should not be done. Particularly the part where we see a young Jean-Luc Picard and he's already bald, even though we know the young Jean-Luc Picard wasn't already bald because we've seen him at that age before. Batman 66, drinking movie or not, any movie is a drinking movie if you drink to it, Dabber Raccoon. That's fair, Sumitha. I do not see what you see between the TNG movies and the show. I feel like this is a conversation I wouldn't mind having in more depth at some point, because I can give you specific examples of decisions that he made in the show versus decisions that he made in the movie that are like, these are two completely different people. I'm not talking about one man who has grown and learned, unless that growth is actually regression back into an ethically inferior person. I really don't like those movies. Weirdly, you know what Star Trek movie I do like? I like Star Trek Beyond. I do. The third Abrams movie, I think that one was pretty good. At least I enjoyed watching it. It had some incredibly stupid moments, but overall, it was a lot of fun. It was certainly more fun than Into Darkness, which was just like, it had all the lameness of Beyond, but then it was depressing on top of that. I don't know what they were thinking. I think what they were thinking was, that Benedict Cumberbatch is so hot right now. Let's put him in a movie. Yeah, Greg, but we've established that Greg's taste in film is like straight up fucking opposite day, batshit crazy land. If Greg says, this is a great movie, I just hear, this movie probably sucks. And Greg's like, I walked out of that movie, and I'm like, I need to go see this. Whatever it is, it sounds great. Oh yeah, not only that, Roland, but the fact that they made Khan the villain, and then they played coy, and they were like, oh, Khan's not in this movie. Khan's not the bad guy. It's not Wrath of Khan, because we changed his name. But actually, yeah, it's Khan. But also it isn't, because he sucks and he doesn't act like Khan. And at some point they decided that Khan was like straight up Captain America, like Superman, superpowered, able to swing steel beams with his bare hands, and I'm like, I remember Khan. Okay, Khan was like, pick a grown man up by his neck and throw him strong. He was strong, but he wasn't swing a steel beam like a baseball bat strong. His power didn't come from his raw strength. His power came from his charisma and his intelligence and his cunning. And his general lack of physical defects. Alright, I'm gonna come in here with some cold gray. We're always bitching about Star Trek, White Wolf. Star Trek is in that weird place that Star Wars is for me, where it's like I still love them and I can't let go of them, but I have to admit that there's way more bad Star Trek and Star Wars than there is good Star Trek and Oh my god. I almost just tried to squeeze this onto my wet palette. Well, yeah, he moved the debris from the bridge of the ship off of one of his little subcon minions. But that was like a mother lifting a car off her young, and he had his feet braced on the deck, and he and lifts it up off of them. That's not pick up a steel beam and swing it around like a weapon strong. These are two completely different things. And moreover, it's not really a question so much of what is he physically capable of, it's a question of what do we want to focus on as this character's strength. And his raw physical strength is maybe the least interesting thing about him. I'll just say this. Benedict Cumberbatch is no Ricardo Montalban. Coal black, Grisala, thank you. I have some actual coal gray over here that I'm going to be using to work up on top of this from Rainy River Designs. I just want to start extra dark and extra blue. Klingons are just glorified Gungans. Jar Jar shot first. Oh, God. Oh, Zombie Brush, you wound me. Hey, how you doing, Arkrave? Funny how superhuman strength usually ignores center of mass moving with the picked up object. Another thing it almost always ignores, Necrobob, is skeletal structure and strength. It's like every time I see a movie where somebody has a robot arm and they're like, I can lift super heavy things, and I'm like, that's great, that arm could lift that super heavy thing. You know what can't? The rest of your skeleton. So, yeah, no. That's not how any of this would ever work. But it's cool, you know, Justicar. It's cool right up until the moment that you think about it, and then it stops being cool and becomes annoying. And because I am a pedantic fucking nerd, it became annoying to me at a young age, and now I can't think of anything else when I see it. It serves, for me, personally, to pull me out of the scene violently. When people do that. Whole reason why Khan was brought back for Wrath of Khan was because Ricardo Montalban played the only bad guy in the original series that literally upstaged the entire trio whenever he was in a scene. Oh no, he was in was it Space Seed? He's phenomenal in that. And the threat that he represented in Space Seed was not him overpowering anyone physically, like he could. And in fact, I like the way that he played it in that one. He demonstrated his ability to overpower people, but then he always refrained from doing it. And it was more like he would stand over Kirk, he would stand close to them, and it was this implicit threat and the knowledge that at any moment he could overpower you, but he chooses not to, because he doesn't have to. Because he doesn't need to pick Kirk up by his neck and throw him out the fucking airlock. He's going to undermine him to his entire crew. He's going to usurp the loyalty of the crew of his ship right out from under him. That's the threat that Khan represents. Oh, I agree. Yeah, Ricardo Montalban as an actor was fantastic. I'm not going to overdo it too much with this color. I'm going to call that good. Yeah, exactly. He was an existential threat. He was a threat far beyond just the physical power that he could bring to bear. Which is why the best scene in Wrath of Khan is him facing off wits against Kirk in the fucking Nebula battle. Also, some of the greatest scoring ever done by James Horner. Just amazing. Wait, what am I ignoring? Let's all type a bunch of things into chat so it goes by real fast. And then be like, oh, this streamer doesn't read chat. That's sci-fi. It never obeys any physics. The Expanse would like to have a word with you. To be fair, nanotanks. Overt threats are for the weak. Certainly for those who lack imagination. White Wolf, thank you so much for the reminder. What did you say that I missed, Dabber Raccoon? I'm not seeing it. Did it literally not show up in chat, maybe? Not a Star Trek fan, but couldn't Khan have just been seen as Kirk through a mirror darkly? In many ways, he was. He's directly compared to Kirk in the original episode that he is in. But where Kirk is who he is through, you know, grit, determination, and effort, Khan is arguably who he is through raw breeding. Yeah, Project Dark Fox, get some sleep, man. The whole point of sci-fi, given one impossibility being possible, what would be the outcome? I agree, Necrobob, and this is something that I think that more people should be aware of. I think the best sci-fi we've ever had in history is used... Like, the particulars of sci-fi don't really matter, and, I made my little smarmy comment about The Expanse, but, I mean, that works for them. It's not really necessary. I think that Star Trek's a great subject to discuss that about, in that it's stories about humanity, and you're using fantastic scenarios to tell these very mundane stories. That was when Star Trek was at its best, certainly. Like, the Transporter and the Replicator, and I've mentioned this before about fan films. Like, Star Trek fan films are some of the worst things, generally speaking, that have ever happened to fiction. They're just bad. Most of them throughout history, and it's because most of them, the fans get really focused on the technology, so they write stories that are about the Transporter, they write stories that are about the Replicator, they write stories that are about the deflector dish, when that's not what Star Trek is. The deflector dish exists, the replicators exist, the transporters exist to service the story, and they will change as needed to do that. All you gotta do is wave your hand in the air and go, Element X did it. It doesn't matter. You want to maintain a certain level of plausibility, sure. But not at the expense of the story. One of the most loved Star Trek episodes of all time is a goddamn court session and 90% philosophy and ethics. Are we talking about the drumhead? Or are we talking about Measure of a Man? Because yes, to both. I fucking love the drumhead. Oh, me and Dabber Raccoon were discussing Jar Jar was shooting Daleks on Starbase 1 during Harry Potter Revenge of the Sith with Gandalf. Oh, yeah, I remember that scene. Oh, that's good stuff. And then RoboCop shows up. And he's like, hasta la vista, baby. Let me just go ahead and tell Pretzel not to play this song. There we go. Ah, that's better. Sci-fi is just fantasy with a futurist PR manager. Depends on the property. Depends on the property, Painted Ogre. Star Wars is just space fantasy. Star Trek is sci-fi. Most of the time. But Star Wars was never trying to tell stories about ethics or futurism or humanity. It was just trying to tell stories about magic swords and young princes and dark knights. And then the Ewoks all celebrate and rip apart some stormtroopers and play helmets that I really hope didn't have severed heads in them still. Yeah, technology is a collection of tools to tell a story, but it can't be the subject of a story. That's exactly my point. That most of the fan films for both Star Wars and Star Trek throughout the 90s and 2000s missed entirely. Hell, one of the worst episodes of Star Trek ever, the one with Tuvix, is ostensibly about the Transporter, but it's not about the Transporter, it's just that the Transporter is a tool used to tell a story about self-determination and individuality through the existence of Tuvix. Now, you do want internal consistency, and that's something that I think people miss sometimes. You can't just make anything happen within your sci-fi universe, or you really, really lose your audience. You want things to, even if they fundamentally don't necessarily make any sense or have anything to do with science, they need to all be consistent within their own rules, otherwise the story becomes uninteresting. Because now there are no rules. Now you can literally do anything you want. You have to confine yourself. Therein lies that edge of plausibility that isn't necessarily realistic. Oh yeah, the deflector dish can do anything you want it to, Painted Ogre. If you're having a problem, just focus a tight beam of tachyons through it, or, you know, whatever. And it'll do the thing. And it's probably Wesley Crusher who came up with the idea. I'm just ripping on Tuvix, not the entirety of Voyager. I'll rip on Tuvix and I'll rip on Kess. And I'll leave the rest of it alone, because 7 of 9 is phenomenal. I admit, Roland, I'm not picking up most of them. I catch the occasional one, and I give it a read, and I do appreciate it, but I'm not picking up all of them. We are painting heavy gear, after all. Alright. I'm going to do the lenses on my northern guys, then come back to my southern guys again for their... Actually, let me base their shoulders. Let me base their shoulders before I forget to do that. She's not even that, Kursala. She's just awful. She's just awful. I think Neelix had more of a place in that show than she did. You can tell because Neelix stuck around. Fun space opera if people are interested. That is the RCN series by David Drake. Not familiar with it. I assume this is a series of novels, Justicar. Tell the guy is good guy because he has a blue laser sword. You can tell the bad guy's bad guy because he has a red laser sword. Yeah. Yeah. That's... yeah. What about Harry Kim, the character that everyone cared so little about that he died and they replaced him with a different alternate universe version? Nobody ever mentioned it again. I'll be honest with you, I forgot they even did that until you mentioned it, and now I remember it, and I'm like, oh yeah, I guess I didn't give a shit. Huh. Harry Kim was just sort of there. Like, at least Tom Paris had, like, his obsession with making, escapist 1920s serial sci-fi holodeck programs to make him interesting. At least he had, like, oh, he likes to race, and he made a cool ship to make him interesting. Harry Kim had, like, he tried to date 7 of 9 one time. Like, it's one of the only defining characteristics I can think of. Want to see the retcon of Star Wars that follows the original storyboards and concept pieces? Who knows, we may yet get something like that. The Japan of cyberpunk anime. In space! The police have mechs with katanas? Wait, this is in heavy gear? There are mechs with katanas? I need to dig more into this. Bounce a graviton particle beam off the main deflector dish. That's the way we do things, lad. We're making shit up as we wish. That deflector dish is really useful for something that's only supposed to bounce away debris. Oh, I guess he did, Kursala. Huge fan of the X-Wing books by Stackpole. I read the shit out of those as a kid. You know, back when that was the only continuation of Star Wars we had available to us, you better believe I read the shit out of those. The books where Wedge Antilles was not only a character, but super duper badass. Those books made Wedge Antilles. I like Ender's Game, Zombie Bros Studios, but kind of only Ender's Game. I didn't really like any of the ones that came after that. Speaker for the Dead, like, it just never grabbed me. Hey, Chewie, good to see you, man. I feel so bad for Garrett Wang. He was literally the only cast member who was told no when he asked if he could ever direct an episode of the series. When he asked if his character could get a promotion, the answer he got was, well, somebody has to be the ensign. That is pretty rough, Sumitha. I don't really know much about Garrett Wang's interaction behind the scenes. I know that, shit, what's his name? Help me out. The actor who plays Tuvok, whose name I should remember because you see it everywhere. He has gotten real deep into direction. Tim Russ, yeah. He's expanded his involvement quite a bit. He did that whole pseudo fan series that had, I'm forgetting everybody's names today. I don't remember what it was called. Star Trek Renegades? Did he do that? I feel like he did that. I never watched it. One of my favorite ways that Star Trek screwed over not an actor, but a writer, was with the existence of Tom Paris. I assume you're familiar with the roots of Tom Paris's character. In that actor played a Starfleet cadet in one of the early episodes of The Next Generation where Wesley Crusher is at Starfleet Academy, and he is a part of their little, ace squadron that does all their trick flying, and, I forget, somebody gets killed because of a risky maneuver, and there's a big investigation, and they lie about it, and it all gets blamed on this one dude, and it was supposed to be, he's played by the same actor, and it was ultimately supposed to be the same character, but they literally changed the character's name just so that they wouldn't have to pay royalties to the original writer who did that episode for the character that he created. They created a new character to avoid paying the writer who made up the character. Just fucked up. Star Trek of Gods and Men. I didn't even know that one came out. I remember Renegades. Ender's Game? Magic Closet allow people to invent things into existence with it. I don't remember that from Ender's Game. Was that in Speaker for the Dead or one of the sequel books? I don't remember that from the first one, certainly. Let's get a base for the missiles down. Oh, I thinned that too much. Dark Matter. Dark Matter. That was the show with the little girl from Kingdom Hospital in it, right? She played like the quirky hacker girl, didn't she? I liked that show. Like, it was, I hesitate to say it was a great show because it was super fucking corny. Like, the dialogue sometimes was really, like, cringe-inducingly bad. Juston TSB, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I love the show, though. Like, I found the show incredibly cheesy and eye-rollingly corny, and I loved almost every fucking second of it because it was so much fun. Also, great prop design. You know what the feeling I got watching Dark Matter always was? As I watched Dark Matter and I looked at the prop design and the writing and everything, I was like, I got the impression like the writers and director, the creators of the show and we like the same things. I can tell we like the same things because it's making reference to shit that I love and is doing a lot of things that I think are really cool, but they're not good writers. They're like bad writers who are really, really excited about some of the same things that I also love, and that just made me love the show. I don't think it was a bad show. I don't think it was a particularly good show. I enjoyed watching it, and I wish we had gotten more of it. I thought that, I don't remember the actress's name, but the woman who played Android. I thought she was great. Her performance was not always, like, amazing. It wasn't mind-blowing, but she put a lot of effort into it, and she really, like, tried to portray an android in a fairly interesting way. Which is more than I can say for most things that sci-fi produces. That makes sense. It seemed like it had about that level of production. Zoe Palmer. Yeah, in my head I was thinking it was Zoe, but I couldn't remember the rest of her name. I thought she was great. Do we dare talk about the genius that was Farscape? I haven't gone back and rewatched Farscape in years, but I'm probably coming up on a time when I need to. I was not a huge fan of the later seasons of Farscape when everything got like everything after Zan left. It wasn't that it was bad, it just wasn't as good as everything that came before. I feel like there are a few events in the show that kind of mark a decline in quality as it goes on. As far as I understand it, it's because she got, like, severe skin poisoning from wearing that fucking makeup, wasn't it, Sumitha? Bark Axe Miniatures, welcome in, good to see ya. We get a shout out pretty please for Bark Axe Miniatures, an incredibly talented painter and excellent streamer. You should be following if you're not already. Yeah, she couldn't wear the Zan blue makeup anymore. Like, there was something in it was causing her severe skin reactions. So she literally could not play the character anymore. I'm not trying to say that writing her off the show was some bad choice, because that happened for other reasons. I'm just saying that about that time, there was a marked decrease in quality. I also feel like there was a decrease in quality after Talon showed up as a character. I say character, he never really was that much of a character, but he sort of was, in so much as Moya was. Thank you, Kursala. Yeah, it continued too long, Data Nerd, I agree. It dragged on to a point where Farscape felt like they were like, what do we do now? Let's look around and come up with some crazy ideas. That said, I did like That's why, it's like I'm criticizing the show, but I want to make it clear I'm criticizing it because I love it, and I really did enjoy it all the way through to the end. It's just one of those where it's like the first few seasons were so good that the fact that the last few seasons were not as good kind of stands out to me. Oh, the creativity was totally off the chain. The entire Harvey arc was like, what? That, and I love Wayne Pigram. Any excuse to see him playing Scorpius, I don't care. I don't care what the excuse is, just do it. Cleaning some Infinity models to prepare them for painting. They're all metal, aren't they, Barkax? I haven't done any Infinity yet. I keep thinking about it over the years, but I still haven't gotten into it. Oh, Ion Raptor, I agree. That performance was amazing. I think it was in this chat that I was corrected, because I used to think that Wayne Pigram also played Ivan Ooze from the Power Rangers movie, but I think one of you people corrected me on that one. He was Tarkin in Episode 3. Yes, he was, Roland. That one brief shot where he walks away, and he's basically wearing the Scorpius makeup, like, essentially. It was you. Who played Ivan Ooze? You can see why I thought it was the same guy, though. Alright, I'm going to pull out some of this Rainy River Designs Coal Gray Midshade. Paul Freeman, thank you.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray,
I love
Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held two brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for two brushes, one paint pot.
Oh, Jungle Plague, don't be ridiculous. How you doing, Jungle Plague? It's good to see you, man. Go. Thin that just a touch. Ooh, this song starts off strong. I too like these robots, Jungle Plague. Have you played Heavy Gear? It's a pretty damn cool game, and it just got a 3rd edition of its rules. So these are about the size of proto-mechs in the Battletech universe. Like, a person sits inside of the chest and their head goes inside of the head. And yeah, they definitely ride the line of being both anime-inspired but also fairly feasible. They're very much like the Votoms from Votoms. Or, what does Votom stand for? Vertical one-man tank for... Vertical one-man tank for offensive maneuvers and... Somebody help me out. What's the S? It's vertical one-man tank for offensive maneuvers and something. Oh, it's part of the maneuvers. Okay. Sneaky. I hate it when they do that. When they count the last S in something as part of the acronym, that doesn't count. They're real robot then. Yeah. And they got wheels in their feet, which I think is pretty neat. It really is like someone just decided to make a Votom's tabletop game. And I have no problem with this at all. Just none. None whatsoever. Mix a touch of Shadow Skull in with that mid-tone. Proto-Mechs with roller skates. Oh yeah, not only is this game affordable, but the company, DreamPod 9, has great customer service. Had to refresh my memory, but Xenocide, Ender Saga number 3, they were able to travel outside reality, invent stuff, come back and see, I never read it. I read Speaker for the Dead, and then I was like, yeah, I'm good. I feel like Orson Scott Card kind of peaked with Ender's Game, and none of the ideas after that were compelling to me at all. To be fair, though, I was fairly young. I might have a different opinion of it now. Cataphract was my favorite in Heavy Gear. I have about 7 of them. I need to get more familiar with the different... I could identify a Hunter, a Jaeger, and maybe a Mamba? I think I know what the Mamba looks like. It's got big crazy skirts on it. I know that. Ooh, Riot Sister, how are you doing today?
Hello there.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
Riot Sister, your family has been kindly slumming it in my chat today, making me feel loved. You should let them know that I appreciate it. Oh, it's so kind of you. There's a little bit there, a little bit on the top. Let's not overcomplicate anything here. Got a lot of gears to paint. Do heavy gears wear Heelys? Jungle Plague, yeah, they've got like roller skates. They have two movement modes. They can run with their legs, and then they can like hunker down and zip across the ground. Depending on the size of them, they either have like Heely wheels, or they have tank treads, or a number of other options for locomotion. Which is really one of the cool things about gears. It's what I liked about Votoms. One of my favorite moves they ever did in Votoms was like the single footlock wheel punch, where one of the feet would shoot anchors down into the ground, and the other foot would then zoom along on its wheels, and I guess it wouldn't lock, it would just plant one foot, and then the machine would spin around in a circle, and at the end of that loop it would throw a punch, which also had like a little cartridge shot inside of it. And Heavy Gear is, of course, largely inspired by Votoms in many ways. Not necessarily plot-wise, but then Votoms' plot was insane. Kursala, we're talking about mechs. Everything is silly. The very concept is silly. The moment you say, hey, let's make this armored vehicle have two legs, you have crossed outside of the realm of non-silitude and into the kingdom of the silly. Sounds extra silly. Fair. I don't know, quad-legged mechs sound viable. That's the thing, Vandal Noir. Really, the ultimate reality test for mechs, for me, is not, can you build it? Because there's obviously a lot of challenges with putting that much weight on legs. You drastically reduce the amount of the ground that it's distributing its weight across. So the fundamental problem with most mechs is that they would sink into the ground immediately. But let's say for a second that we pretend that's not the case. Let's say for a second that it's totally possible physically to build a mech that can stand on its own, which is already ridiculous, but as I said, for the sake of argument, we're saying that it's not. Now, what benefit do you get from putting a tank on 2 legs that you do not get from having a tank on treads? Relative to certain other factors, like the fact that you've just introduced a bunch of moving parts that all can break and render your vehicle completely and totally immobile. Like really complex moving parts that can render your vehicle utterly immobile, as in falling over and unable to get up immobile. What benefit does it have over a tank? I propose it doesn't have any. Not really. Oh, Molotov 5V. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to me. Just kind of generally bitching about, whatever. All-terrain capability, including space. Just a car. I'm gonna let you think for a minute about what's wrong with what you just said. And then you can come to me and you can tell me why what you just said is incredibly wrong. I'll give you that opportunity. We need to go to space. It's a good thing we've got legs. Yeah. That's why the ball was superior. Exactly. That's why the ball in Gundam is, like, pretty badass in space. We can swim through space with our legs with rockets on them. Oh. This is the thing, though. That all-terrain versatility is not that great. You have to compare it to... Again, the second that you put legs on something and you go, it's got all-terrain capability. It has the capability to trip and fall in all terrain. You're absolutely correct. It has the capability to go to the very, very few types of terrain that tanks go into, which tanks can generally avoid, for that matter, and just not engage in. It is simply not an actual benefit. Like, it sounds much cooler than it is, but the fact is that you can just build more tanks and choose your engagements more carefully, and mechs are never ever going to be better than tanks. Now, I say this as somebody who loves mechs, and I just say it because we can't confuse ourselves into thinking that they've ever made sense on any level, at any time, anywhere. They don't. They're a categorically poor idea. Quantity has a quality all its own, exactly, and for every one mech, I promise you, you could build 50 to 100 tanks. You know what else is great about tanks? Almost any asshole can pilot them. You talk about mechs, and almost every version of them, unless you hand-wave magical technology, is like, you must be highly trained to pilot it. Nah, that's useless. That's useless. You don't want that. Riot Sister, dropping that gift sub on Just a Car so he can play some of those wonderful chaotic harmony riffs and get into chat just a little bit faster, not having to watch commercials so we can hear just how wrong he truly is. Riot Sister, thank you so much for that gift sub. Oh, now, Rio, you know I love Jaegers. Can you fight a hurricane with a tank? No. Admittedly, no. But these are metaphors. These are metaphors, people. That's a good point, really. Yeah, the four-legged little drone walker that Boston Dynamics did is taking... It turns out that the human frame, like how we take for granted the way that we move around, swinging our arms and balancing ourselves as we toddle along on two legs, is astonishingly difficult to replicate. I saw a point that somebody made the other day that I thought was interesting. There was something about, like, oh, if they raise the minimum wage, they'll just automate all the jobs. And someone raised a point to the effect of, you realize that a robot, if someone could build a robot that could genuinely replace all of the things that a human being could do, like, let's say that you could. You can't yet, really. We don't actually have that technology, but let's say that you could. A singular robotic unit capable of everything that a human being is capable of, minus the free-thinking and interfacing capabilities that there's no way we could replicate, would be at a minimum like a $10 million investment per unit. At a minimum. It would be incredibly expensive and incredibly complex and difficult to maintain, for that matter. So I'm just always amused by the notion that, oh, they're gonna replace us with robots. Like, humans are capable of so much more than any robot. And any robot you make that's capable of what we are is gonna be, let's just say, not cost effective compared to hiring a person for $7 an hour. And yeah, the maintenance contracts, there you go. That's true, nanotanks, but when you hire a human being, you get all of that versatility that you would never get in a single-purpose built machine. So if you're talking about, like, McDonald's style, replacing human beings with conveyor belts and mechanical grabbing arms, you're also now limiting the versatility of your business to those very specific tasks. Which is something that large corporations and manufacturing firms can do, because they can narrow those tasks down to that. But like small businesses? Oh, fuck no. What do you think of mounts used by Caprice in Heavy Gear? I don't know what they are, Arkrave. I am woefully unversed in the Heavy Gear lore and larger universe. And I've mentioned this before, I think it's funny because I played Heavy Gear more than I played Mech Warrior on PC as a kid in the early 2000s. But somehow I just never really picked up the universe. Posted a picture of one with the cataphract in the storm report. Good, I look forward to seeing it. Thank you. Oh shit, that's coming up pretty... Oh my god, how has this much time gone by? Try to actually get some work done here. New DLC for Mech Warrior 5 is pretty meh for $20. I never even considered buying it. Vandal Noir, I didn't. Mech Warrior 5 is such a shit show. I looked at them having DLC and I'm like, I don't. They had a chance to get me when the game first released and it dropped me so hard that I just don't give a shit. It's not surprising to me to find out that they are continuing to drop the ball. That game has no real hope outside of a major fan-made overhaul. Or to co-op sayings from another game's universe, hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. Want to play it on stream with friends, but they don't deserve the money. Yeah, that's exactly the truth. Battletech is... I know I've said this before, Battletech is a cursed property. It's weird. Because BattleTech has so much fan nostalgia. It has the enough fan nostalgia to drive $5 million Kickstarters for shady companies. It has enough fan nostalgia to make MechWarrior 5 financially successful despite objectively being a piece of shit. It has a fan base that is so deprived of quality content that we will spend our money on anything that comes along that even remotely resembles it. I cannot imagine what BattleTech could potentially be if a truly competent company got their hands on it. I have no... It could make so much money if anyone did it right, ever. But apparently it's never gonna happen. Anyone watch the state of play for Horizon Forbidden West? I have not, Riot Sister. Are there mechs in it? I'm more interested than I was before. Meanwhile, then there's, Horizon, which is a game series that's so fucking good that I'm legitimately going to probably get an entire game system just to play it. You know, when I'm allowed to buy that game system, that is. By the gods of capitalism. This is green. Let me put down a base green at a minimum. Jungle moss, that's a good color. Oh, I want something a little bit more vivid. Dark, but vivid, something like dragon green. I got something darker. Ancient oak, there we go. Success of the Kickstarter for BattleTech was simply new models for 30-year-old trash for sculpts. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, is BattleTech, until CGL did the new sculpts, has survived as a property on garbage product. Absolute fucking trash product, because people love the setting and remember the games. And all you have to do is come along and give us sculpts that are not even that good. And I'm not saying that the sculpts from CGL aren't good. Many of them are fantastic. But I'm saying that for the sake of argument, none of them would even have to be particularly good. They just have to not actively suck. And we will give you $5 million for it. Like, I like a lot of the sculpts from CGL, but I think that it is important to objectively recognize that compared to the industry standards of Games Workshop, of Warlord Games, of Mantic Games, like, they're way behind on sculpt quality, on rules quality, on materials, like, way behind. And yet, it is hailed because they are light years ahead of where they were, which was even further behind. I see people getting excited about that, and you should get excited. I'm not saying it's wrong. You should get excited about the new, styrene sprue kits that are going to be coming from the, ironically named creative juggernaut, who has made essentially nothing so far. And I see that, and I just think, like, this is the BattleTech community losing its mind with excitement for the news that, at least for a couple of limited edition runs, BattleTech is going to catch up to the industry miniature production standards of almost 15 years ago. Something's wrong. Something is wrong. That's a tricky one, because like I'm telling you, I'm not saying it's bad, I'm not saying you shouldn't be excited about it, I'm just saying that relative to everything else going on, something's fucky. And the ultimate point being that BattleTech really does have this incredible staying power as a property. And as you mentioned, Waffles, like, yeah, if a good company got a hold of it, what if it could be like a good game? That'd be amazing. If it was a good game on top of having the nostalgia that it has, it would fucking dominate. But CGL can't seem to decide that they really want to focus on Alpha Strike like they probably should. Nah, whatever. What the fuck do I know? Not much. "10 minutes for the Storm Report. Thank you so much for the heads up, Riot Sister. I can get these models to a point where it's just little bits of cleanup and final detailing that needs to go on them, and that is a big step in the right direction. I'm with you to square. I love classic Battletech. You might be able to tell because of all my hex stuff. I also like Alpha Strike with hexes because I feel like hexes are the best thing about classic Battletech. It's the one feature of the game that doesn't need to go anywhere. It's just in many ways a superior way to play games for all of the ambiguity that it removes from gameplay. Yeah, I like classic Battletech, but, you know, I think, like so many complicated war games, I like thinking about classic Battletech more than I like actually playing it. Because actually playing it is often a boring, drawn-out, grueling experience. And the idea of what could happen in the rules is more exciting than what does happen in the rules, which is depressingly predictable. Then Alpha Strike is just fun to play. Is it as deep? No. Does it need to be as deep? Fuck no. I'm with you, Justicar, but that's just it. I think that classic Battletech isn't really a game, a war game per se. It's almost more of a role-playing game than it is a war game. Like, you should play classic Battletech if you're looking to do story or campaign-based play. Or you're looking to find out, you know, what happens to this pilot on this world when he faces this other lance of mercenaries. Like, it's more of a role-playing game, because it's kind of a random bullshit generator. But that's about as high as you can go, Trotsky. You can go higher than Lance vs. Lance, but I think even you would admit that classic Battletech shines at Lance vs. Lance, and that kind of maxes out there. And that's why, yeah, I think it's better for telling stories. It's much more granular and much more individual. If you want to play like a war game, like you want to have a force fighting a force and have it be relatively balanced and quick to play, I mean, go to Alpha Strike. I say relatively balanced because balance is something of a foreign concept to Battletech. Now, bear in mind, I don't say that as if any other company has really mastered it. They haven't either. Balanced war games are unicorns. By the time I get to the end of a... Oh, who's stream, Chaotic? You're the one who plays CBT on Tabletop Simulator. No, you are the one who is the poo-poo face. Like, don't get me wrong, I do enjoy classic Battletech. I'm just saying, I've definitely played games of classic Battletech that have just been Lance vs. Lance, where by the time I got to the end of them, I didn't fucking give a shit who won anymore. I've had some great games, but I've had a lot of games where I get to the end of it and I'm just like, just whatever. Let's. It's one of the reasons that I like the old 30-25 optional rules like forced withdrawal, because you get to a point and you're like, look, I know who's won. I withdraw. It's over. With a great amount of practice, Chaotic Harmony, you do that, and you do that in a Game Master capacity, too. And see, you've got a point, Waffles. This is why I'm glad that both exist, but my point really in mentioning this is that I feel like Alpha Strike is the property that they should focus on developing, because Classic doesn't really need to change. Classic is Classic, and it works. And if you like playing it, you like playing it, and if you don't, you don't. But it doesn't really need anything more at this point. It's loaded with optional rules, and house rules, and campaign supplements, and blah, 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 blah. The game that needs developing, needs attention, needs to be publicized, needs to be used to draw new players in, is Alpha Strike. Because most modern gamers don't give a shit about what classic Battletech offers. But again, this is why I refer to classic BattleTech as more of a role-playing game than a war game, and it's fantastic for that. You can definitely tell better stories about it later on, where you're like, oh, my pilot died because a single SRM got a through armor critical on the torso that damaged the gyro, causing it to fall over, dealing, you know, that last bit of pilot damage that killed the pilot but left the mech intact. You don't get that out of Alpha Strike. But in a standard war game, you don't need that. Yeah, forgot it wrong. I think that sounds cool too. But I think that that goes right in line with my point that what has kept BattleTech alive are the fans, and not the companies making the minis or even the rules. The fans... Like, there are a lot of properties out there that you can make the argument the fans almost should have more ownership over the property than the actual IP owners. I don't think that argument applies to almost any of them more than it applies to BattleTech. The fans have done more for BattleTech than almost anyone who has actually owned the IP distribution rights. But this goes right back in line with the original point, that BattleTech survives on fan nostalgia alone, because not one damn time has a truly competent company been able to run with that ball. It is an abused and maligned fan base that keeps coming back for more because at the end of the day, we love our fucking robots. And some people really like the weird political stories from the novels that I couldn't give two shits about. But, you know, whatever. We all like things for different reasons. Guess the same can be said of Heavy Gear. Heavy Gear... I'm reluctant to comment too much on the history of Heavy Gear as a property, because I haven't followed it. I could sit here and I could talk some shit, but it would be shit talked completely from ignorance. More so than usual. I don't know why Heavy Gear has not ever caught on the way that I wish it would. I just don't know much about it. I like the look of Heavy Gear and I've tried one more game. Need more to really have an opinion. Yeah, I feel like I've been in that same position for a long time. Like, I need to know more before I could really say anything about it and feel confident in what I was saying. Mostly detailing and finishing touches left to go on these guys. I'm going to do one more quick round of red, and then we're going to get started with the Storm Report. We've made good progress today, though. I only have a few steps to go to finish off both of these squads, and honestly, I'm very happy with that. In all honesty, few IPs have deserved to die from how horribly they've been handled, yet survived purely from the love of the fans as BattleTech has. I agree, Sumitha. It's been handled so poorly, and I mean, in the beginning, it wasn't really necessarily its fault. Obviously, the legal battle with Harmony Gold is very, very famous, and that really hampered it coming out of the gate. But since then, it has been continuously mishandled over and over and over again. And I have my personal opinions on how certain parts of it continue to be mishandled, but that's neither here nor there. And yet it survives. Which is exactly my point. Imagine if a really, really competent company got behind this. Someone with real ideas, with the guts necessary to push new rule sets, with the fucking balls needed to really give it the reset that it needs in some areas, grognards be damned, and to push the rule set that's gonna make it money in the future. It could be something truly amazing. And who knows, maybe it will be. Maybe Catalyst is gonna wow us all. I don't know. Oh, we haven't even started plugging that yet, Data Nerd. That needs more work before that gets plugged. Imagine if Battletech had a Titanfall 2 quality video game. Oh my god. Oh my god. Imagine if Battletech had a MechWarrior 4 quality video game. Imagine if Battletech had a MechWarrior 2 quality video game. Because instead it has MechWarrior 5. Fucking god damn it. MechWarrior 2 had terrible graphics, but it was a lot of fun. We could get into an argument about this if you want. I'll accept that 3 is fucking amazing. I think that's... I wouldn't even really argue with that, Kursala. Like, I've got little things that I like about other installments, but I think 3 is probably the best that they did. Mech 4 Mercenaries has a special place in my heart. So does Black Knight. But that had more to do with availability than anything else. But yeah, all they need to do is make any video games of the quality of the video games that they've already made, and instead we get... Imagine if Battletech got a Battletech 2 from Harebrained Schemes. Imagine that, because that game was fucking incredible and fired a lot of people up about the game. HBS Battletech was a great game. Even when you get detractors, they start talking about the story and things they didn't like in the story. And I'm sorry, but if your detractors are into the game enough to give a shit about the story enough to complain about it, you've already won. Because they're not just going, the game's shit. They're like, I played the game, and here are the reasons that the story is shit, and I played it 10 more times to be sure that I was right, which is like... Okay. Oh, I agree. Kamea Arano is fucking fantastic, and I will fight anyone who thinks otherwise. Oh, Riot Sister. It's like you're my personal ego boost. It's like you exist to keep me from descending into a horrific whirlpool of existential terror, depression, and nihilism. Did someone see that Games Workshop is starting up a Warhammer television channel? Like a streaming service, and they're going to do a bunch of animated content? Did I hallucinate that, or is that happening? That's real? That's... I have such mixed feelings about that. Because here's the thing. That's an amazing idea. That is where that guy went to, Chewie. Yes, he is helming it with them. It's an amazing idea. It's going to make all the money in the fucking world. And I hate them for coming up with that idea because I don't like them as a company. It's depressing it to me in the same way that Disney Plus is depressing. Where I look at it and I'm like, shit, that's a great idea. Why did they have to come up with it? Oh no. They're going to own more shit. I'm gonna have to listen to more people discovering Warhammer 40k for the first time and talking about how it's the most amazing story they've ever heard, and I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna have to shut my fucking mouth and stop being such an asshole, I guess. Because at the end of the day, it's good that they're excited about it, and it's all new to them, so it's extra exciting, and nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to listen to me bitch about how it used to be better, or it was funnier back in the 90s and early 2000s, or about how the old orcs were more entertaining, or nobody wants to fucking hear it from me, my old, nerdy, curmudgeonly, gatekeeping ass. They just want to enjoy their fucking space drama, and I'm just gonna have to let them. And I'm just gonna have to sit back and watch my childhood continue to die, and that's life, you know? That's life. I think that's life for all of us. But that's the thing though, for Gadarung, with the kind of audience they have, people are gonna pay it. They know people are gonna pay it. They can use the most predatory practices they want because people are always going to fucking pay it. We get the services that we deserve for Gadarung, and this, unfortunately, is what we deserve. Close up my wet palette here. So we have made some fairly decent progress today on our southern gears. They only really have a few details left to go over. I need to do the eye lensing, I need to finish the missiles, I need to do one round of highlighting on the metal parts, I need to hit the grenades, and then the bases are ready for edging. But I think overall, as a squad of gears, they look pretty decent. What do you think, Roland? You're the gear expert. I'll get these guys finished up probably in the next day or so and see if I can't get some pictures of them, and then I'm going to get some terrain printed out so that we can get to actually doing some demo games of this. I need to redo the eye lenses on these guys, but I think their basing looks pretty good and their overall coloration is solid. And then our last two here. I really like this kind of blue dirt basing with the sandy colored gears. I realize that it's backwards, like you would use, you would probably, if someone were sensible, you would have this color of gear in this style of environment, and this color of gear in this style of environment, but it creates a nice contrast to help you see the miniature a little bit better. Set these guys over here. I'm going to hit my BRB screen for 1 second. I need to grab another beer, and then we're going to get started. I know there's studio schemes. I know. that is, in fact, the V2 Trinity City stacks. I'm very, very proud of them. They no longer require supports of any kind, including the built-in supports that they used to have. They now simply print supportless and require no processing to use. It's a point of personal pride for me. Get these Rainy River Designs paints put up here. Let's get going and check out what y'all have been posting.
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Ooh, what have we got here? Looks like Walter was listening last time. Let me move my wet palette so I don't slam my elbow into it, as I am wont to do when I leave it in my painting position and then I go to try to use my mouse. Get out of my way. Put my dry brush over here so I can clean that later. Mouse here, palettes in this direction. I need a bigger desk, but that's neither here nor there, so let's have a look at what we've got now. Here we have up first from Walter's workshop, as requested, the work in progress of my mimetic assassin. I was watching him paint this the other day, and it looks so goddamn good. So Walter, what are you, Walter? What are you doing to me, man? This isn't the best angle of this mini. This is a fantastic angle of this mini, and it definitely shows off some of the really, really cool color blends you're doing here, from magenta to blue to green, all with a white sort of connection between all of them. Like, it's really, really lovely. But you should see this mini from behind. Like, you should see it from sort of an upper 3/4 angle from the back where you can see the bone plates. It looks so fucking good. So good. I think that Walter's workshop landed on one of the coolest ideas for a scheme for the Spires for Conquest when he decided to paint all of their grown bone armor as, like, pearlescent, like clamshell. It's a cool enough idea that I have considered several times just straight fucking ripping it off. And I'm usually not like that when it comes to color schemes. I usually look at what other people are doing and I intentionally choose something else just to stand out. And I don't really want to rip off their schemes. I want to rip this off. Like, badly. It would just be so fucking obvious if I did. Because, like, both Twitch streamers, we both have communities with a lot of the same people in them. If this was, like, some dude in Romania that I never fucking talked to who was doing this and I happened to come across his pictures, I'd rip it off on a fucking heartbeat. It's just too close to home. It's just too close to home. I've got to use it as inspiration. And I think I've come up with a decent direction to take it as far as inspiration. I think that the idea of saying that the grown chitinous plates are more like crustacean or like crustacean chitin or like bivalve shells is a cool idea. Bivalve shells are very, very hard. They're some of the hardest organic materials on Earth. I thought about abalone shell, and then I realized that abalone shell would just, like, this looks like abalone shell, so that doesn't work. I might do blue mussel shell. Because it'd be the same idea, it would have a lot of similar patterns to it, but it would also have different ones. And it would be mostly dark blue? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, exactly, Vergataron. Yeah, like blue mussel shells. Oh, we're gonna do it with oils, White Wolf and Kursala. Believe you me. Walter, this is lovely work, and thank you for sharing it with us. And by the way, guys, if you're not following Walter's workshop, you are only hurting yourself. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony, the XV-18 Broadside Heavy Weapons team is complete. Created by the Farside Enclaves after a particularly tough battle against the Imperium. The commander noticed how effective the Guardsman's heavy weapons team seemed to be at swatting his crisis suits from the skies, and so after noting this, he set some scientists on the path to create miniature-powered suits that could be utilized by a pair of drones and fire warriors to field higher amounts of weaponry as well. The results were successful, and the resultant suits were able to output the firepower of a broadside battlesuit with no loss in durability and with the same general speed. I appreciate that you've put a little bit of thought to the lore writing behind this Chaotic Harmony, because you didn't need to at all. You could just be like, this is what I did, and it's a proxy. But you put some thought into it, because I think that you've really kind of connected with the idea, with the concept of the Farsight Enclave. And it's always exciting to me to see a painter who really loves and is inspired by the faction that he's making figures for. I love the inclusion of the text on the little shields here. This is a really, really cool proxy. For those of you who might not know, the XV-18 narrow side. The broadside battlesuit is one of the standard heavy weapons battlesuits for the Tau Empire that occupies this size of base, and it's like a mech with a couple of railguns and a couple of missile launchers and what have you. So instead of doing a mech, opting to do a weapons team, we have, it makes lore sense now. There you go. We have a heavy weapons team with all of the same armament to be proxied in. And what's really neat about this is I think that this is the kind of proxy, the kind of kit bash that would be legal at almost any official event. As far as I know, their official stipulations for proxies are, first and foremost, your opponent can tell what it is, and it must be made of, I don't know what the percentage is anymore. It used to be it has to be 50% Games Workshop parts. I think they changed that to 70% or something else totally arbitrary. But this is all Games Workshop parts. This is all original stuff. As a tournament organizer, which admittedly I haven't done for a few years now, but I did more tournament organization and judging than I did gameplay for a long time. As a TO, I would approve this. And I was fairly unkind. I'll admit, I was fairly unkind to a lot of conversions when I TO'd. Not because I didn't like them, but because as a TO, you want to mediate as few discussions and as few disagreements as humanly possible. You want to make decisions that are going to result in people being able to solve their own problems and you not having to solve them. And so when people come in with wild conversions, my first thought is always every single person is going to have to be reminded. What is this again? What is this again? What does it represent? Oh, what weapons does it have? I don't think you'd have a problem with this one. This makes perfect sense, and it has all the weapons that it is supposed to. The thing that maybe makes the least sense about it is the defensive value, but it's not like broadsides are particularly tough, so I don't really think that's an issue. I would approve this. This is wonderful, wonderful work, Chaotic. And obviously, you posted this here just to get my approval and hear me say that I would approve of it, and for no other reason. So, you're welcome. Ultimately. I really, really like the text that you freehanded on here. Exactly, Vergata. Playability has to... In a tournament setting, that's the thing. In a garage game, I don't give a shit. Proxy anything you want for whatever you want. Bring in a fucking Avengers Quinjet and say that it's, a Drukhari Doom shooter or whatever their fighter is called. I can't remember anymore. I don't care in a garage game because it's a garage game. But in a tournament setting, there needs to be some consideration given. So I always consider that to be sort of the highest standard from which to judge a conversion. And this is excellent. If you haven't posted this around yet, Chaotic Harmony, take some good pictures of it. In fact, do me a favor. Take some time and look up. They have a 2-up save? Did they always have a 2-ups? I don't remember them being that tough. I remember them having a 3-up akin to a Crisis, but again, I haven't played Tau in 4 editions now. So I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about anymore. I need to skip this song because I don't like it and I want it to go away. There we go. Let's move on from that. Yeah, that's just it. A 2-up isn't... a 2-up... Last time I was playing, a 2-up armor save was unimpressive. It's unless you've got an invulnerable save, there's a lot of things that can still knock you out in one hit. But, okay, here's what I want you to do, Chaotic. Take some time and specifically read up on miniature photography. How do I take better photos of my minis? What are some tactics I can use? What are some tools that I can use? grab yourself or make yourself a little tripod for your phone camera. Get yourself a diffuser for your light. It can be as simple as using like a stocking. If you feel up for it, I mean, a photo tent would be fantastic, but if you're not going to get one of those, at least get like a good backdrop. Even just a piece of construction paper, a piece of velvet would be fucking perfect. But I want you, Chaotic Harmony, to take some really good pictures of this mini, and I want you to post them around. I want you to put them on Instagram. I want you to tag Warhammer community. I want you to tag Painting Warhammer 40K. I want you to tag fucking everything, because this model deserves some eyes on it, man. This is an accomplishment. It is an accomplishment of creativity, of imagination, and of execution. And I fucking love it. Oh, you did kind of make your own photo box, didn't you? Yeah, you got some construction. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying as much attention to the quality of it. Wicked shadows, though. I could use a little bit more diffusion on that. Or maybe just more lights from more directions, because it looks like you have one light shining on it. Oh, I guess you've got two, because you've got shadows over here and over here. But if you could eliminate those shadows, that would be fantastic. Find a room that has 70% window, get some pictures while the sun is blocked. There you go. I'm telling you though, Chaotic, spread it around, man. That is some really, really great work. Here we have some from Zombie Brush Studios. My middle daughter's first ever miniature. Man, I wish I had parents who painted minis. Maybe it wouldn't have taken me so long to get into it. Found this on Facebook as a memory and figured I'd share with you guys. She was 4 at the time. What are you doing to me, Zombie Brush Studios? You posting pictures of models that your 4-year-old painted a while ago to point out that they're better than things that I painted when I was 18 years old? Is that what we're doing? You just calling me out like that? I feel attacked. Criticizing lighting is my thing. Yeah, dude, Matt Yee. I want to talk to you, Matt. Matt, I want to talk to you about your BRB screen, because it's fucking hot, and I kinda want to rip that shit off. It's really good. Of course, you also, like, you've got those, like, super smooth camera rails and stuff that I feel like are probably expensive. Yeah, left, right, above. You want as few shadows as you can possibly get. This is really good work for a 4-year-old. Like, I can tell where the model's eyes are and what color her hair is supposed to be. There is a differentiation in color between the different parts of the figure. The color choice is, you know, the sort of batshit insane that children will go with. But the actual work on it, this is better than work I was doing when I was a teenager. Yeah. So you better watch your ass, Zombie Brush, because your middle daughter is apparently going to put you out of business. Oh, here we have from Squared, still going with gore. Did more ink work and some glazes. Sword and bow still in progress. Oh, this is coming together. The black lining. We've got a much more saturated, deeper red on the weapons. Looks like we've done a little bit of cleanup work. Let's have a look at the back of them here. I see you've been working in the shadows a little bit more heavily here. We got a few more colors getting mingled in. It's definitely showing progress. I don't think you've touched the skin tone much, but I think that is really going to make a difference when you get to it. Post the most recent one next time? I'd love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. I need to print some of these out. I got in on this Kickstarter. I have all the models. I haven't printed any of them, and I feel like an idiot. Oh, really nice print, though, and I'm loving the color choices on this. It's much more firm this time. You definitely reinforced a lot of the desaturated parts, and that helps. That helps a lot, Squared. And thank you for sharing. Like the shadows and the kind of metallic reflection on the belt buckle. Definitely deepen the shadows in here, and that has helped significantly. Skin got glazed green a bit. Okay, I'm telling you, some other colors in here. Some yellows, even some reds down in the shadows of the cheeks, or under the chin, under the jaw, rather. Here in the brow. Like, you'd be surprised what a difference that can make. Stila Rebel. I tip my Stila Artois to your coffee. How about that? Hang on, do I have a Sharpie? This isn't working. Here we go. That didn't really work. Hang on. It's a Stella Artois. Oh god, I need to get paid more. Because I put my paints away, Kursala. Oh, here we have from Cav Tankerous Miniatures. Let's build my own space station with... Well, this would be Domjot or not Domjot. Sorry, no, Domjot is from the episode where Picard gets stabbed through the heart as a young man by a Nausicaan. Right? That's that bizarre space pool with that fucking that classic line, the you Starfleet are all alike. You talk and you talk, but you have no grandma. Yeah, Dabo is what they played on Deep Space Nine. So yeah, with Dabo and Holosuites. I'm hoping so too, Samantha. Ooh, Hethrir. So, Hethrir is likely to be the first real in-person game of Conquest that I get to play. And he has started working on his Forces of the Spires, and this is lovely work. This is another one of those minis where the color choices are just great and the chunky details really work along with the sculpts. I love the colors that you've chosen to do the bone. I'm gonna give you a little bit of critique, Hethrir, if you'll accept it. The skin needs something. The skin blends into the bone a little bit. It needs something. Maybe it needs some warmth, it needs some reds, it needs some purples. I think particularly with the green, the gold, and the bone, I think some reds and purples would really help to differentiate the skin from the rest of the figure. But the bone and the weapon, the jewels, the little bits of gold ornamentation, and the green fabric, this looks fucking phenomenal, man. I'm looking forward to our first clash, because I'm going to be taking these 100 kingdoms that I've been building, and the first army they're going to fight are going to be Hethrir Spires. And we need, we need some stakes. We need some stakes. We need a fight promoter. We need our Don King. Because this is going to be the clash of the fucking century, or at least the clash of the next few months. Seriously though, we need some actual stakes too. I mean, I assumed we were gonna have those anyway. What was the name of that weird Ferengi Monopoly? What was the name of that? I don't know that I remember that. Maybe I need to rewatch Deep Space Nine. All I can think is, what was that fucking terrible game that the aliens brought? With the Alamarain. I'm not even gonna try to remember the fucking rhyme because it'll get stuck in my head and I will just hate my life. You know what I watched the other day? I watched that terrible episode of The Next Generation where they're trapped in a spatial anomaly, and there's other aliens trapped in the spatial anomaly, but they can only communicate with them psychically, and their psychic drone makes it so the members of the Enterprise can't get REM sleep and they slowly go crazy. But then we get those awful scenes of Troy in the void going, "Where are you? Where are you?" Eyes in the dark. One moon circles. Oh, I hate that fucking episode. Oh, it drives me crazy. Because it gets stuck in my head. You're not wrong, Vergaderung. I've been thinking that myself. Yeah, it is. It is a shit episode. The only fun part is the members of the crew going slowly crazy, and that's not even really all that fun. I love the work you've done on this weapon in particular. The shading here, are we going to pick out one particular part where you've done a fantastic job, Hathrir? The shading here on the blade looks really good. Like, really good. Hathrir, fantastic work, and thank you for sharing that with us today. I cannot wait to see what you do with the rest of the, frankly, fucking great Spires models. The game was Tongo. Okay, and Dax regularly kicked Quark's ass. I mean, she was... Dax was really, really good at most games involving Guile. Most. Oh, coming down. Here we have from Lore Friendly. Turns out Clan Fox's Skate Khanate colors are really easy to get to good tabletop? ? I'm Ron Burgundy. Airbrush the blues in a zenithal, add the silver metallic of your choice, and add cockpit glass / lasers. Huh. You're not wrong, that actually looks pretty good. You know, there's nothing wrong with picking a color scheme that makes your job easy. Oh, what didn't I read? What did I miss? Oh, I see. It's gonna slaughter the living daylights out of Thunderhead's minions. They're not minions, they are paid mercenaries. Mercenaries resent being called minions, believe it or not. There might be a minion or two in there, but for the most part, they're mercs. Oh, solid color choices, easy paint job to make look good. Yeah, I like the shading on it. I think the Zenithal lends itself well to the whole damn mini. Little bits of that blue-gray and a little bit of yellow help everything else pop. Nicely done. Very straightforward and great-looking lore-friendly. How many more of these guys are you going to be doing, I wonder? That was nice and easy, ready for tomorrow's Grand Melee Clan Brawl. Oh, okay, I see. Assuming weather doesn't cancel it. Also, really, guys? Nothing since last night? Not even Jello? I would say I'm disappointed, but I'm not. Nice work on the basing here. Seeing that little bit of dry brushing come together over top of the paste that we saw drying in the last one, this works nicely. That may be content in the future, Data Nerd. I don't want to speak for Hathrir, but I want to, by the end of the summer, be set up to a point where I can record games that happen in my game room and then put together battle reports. I want to be able to do that. I'm not going to promise that it's something we're absolutely going to do, but that's something that I want to do. And we're moving in that direction. No Jello tonight, thank God. Feels like it may need a touch more of orange or another color. If you wanted to take some more time and focus on the cockpit glass lensing, you could take this to a really deep red-brown and then have your orange be a very small sliver along with the glare, and I feel like that would actually make it seem more vivid. It does seem like it wants another color someplace. I think that even if all you did was you did some lensing in whatever color of your choice on the various laser weapons, that would help to distribute more than just your base colors across it. The body blends together, yeah, I could see that. If you came in and... that's... just dividing up the blocks of colors on a mini does a lot for how you see it. And when I look at this, I see opportunities for that. Like right here, between where the shoulder connects to the torso, this would be a good opportunity to work in like some black up to gray or even white. Same here, you have this little opportunity here to kind of break the arm away from the body with a little bit of visual interference. Elbows are another good opportunity for that. You've kind of already done it above the feet, which I think works well for them. Darken up the blue a bit. Yeah, I mean, it could be as simple as throwing down a very a very thin blue wash with a little bit of flow aid, just to deepen your shadows and deepen your panel lines a little bit more. All in all, though, here's the thing we have to consider. This is a quick paint job. This is a quick, simple paint job to get some minis ready for an event. And with that in mind, they look fucking fantastic. We always have to remember the reason that we're painting our models and the level to which we are trying to get them in lore friendly. I think you did a fantastic job. Oh my lord, Darkheart X9. Resubbing for that 3rd month, Darkheart. Thank you so much. I've got some sprues for you. I'm saving them as I go through Conquest. I'm going to have a bunch of these. They're kind of curvy and weird, but if you want them, man, I'll send them to you. That's just it, Riot Sister. Like, could he do better? I mean, yes. Absolutely. We know Lore Friendly can do higher level paint jobs than that. But, getting some thrown together for an event, landing on a really easy color scheme to do that with, like, that's impressive work. Very nicely done. Here we have from Zombie Bros Studios some Z-Mation style terrain I did a while back. Still love how it turned out, doing some Battletech terrain in the same way. Can I just say, Zombie Bros Studios, I love Z-Mation. The fact that you said it, and I knew what you were talking about, means it's an effective term, because I only heard you refer to it one time before. If something like that takes a while to stick, it might not be that effective, but I can attest to the fact that I heard you say it one time referring to your own work and your own style, and the second time I read it, I was like, nope, yep, that's a thing. That's branding. That's exactly what that is. A Dodge, I didn't even see you there, man. You have a fantastic night, A Dodge. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. But yeah, this very unique, cartoonish style that you have of painting, yeah. This is great, because now I can say that I'm imitating Z-Mation when I try to do it, and I don't have to say, I'm just ripping off Zombie Brush. It's saying the same thing, but with fewer words. Love the Borderlands call out. Is this the Borderlands call? I don't know. I don't know anything about Borderlands. I played the first game a little bit, and that was it. Doll? Okay. Yeah. I thought that might be it. I just still have no idea what it refers to. Doll and Hyperion are companies and borders. Oh, okay, and that would be this over here. We've got the cut-off Hyperion. God, it's so... This style works so well for tabletop gaming, too, because it's chunky and it's bright and the details are big and in your face and it all reads excellently at average viewing distance, and I can't think of a way to stylize something more effectively than this really chunky, cartoonish comic book style. I really like the texturing on the metal here, too. Like, I was just staring at it, trying to be like, what is it about this that's grabbing me? We got little scratches, dings and dents, and then we got, like, this little bit of hatch marking here, creating a bit of a shadow. We got a cinder block up here. I love the little patches of rust, which I believe are entirely painted on. We've got those on the sides, too. They're a little randomly distributed. I think that if you were gonna... This doesn't need any critique. Let me start off by saying that. These don't need critique. These are phenomenal. But if you were interested in any, if I can look at this and think, what would I change to make it a little more effective? The only thing that I can think of right off the bat, and you may not care, Zombie Brush, is like the position of the rust patches on the side look a little just randomly chosen. And I guess they could be like weapon impacts into the metal that have rusted. Like, I would buy that. But it would maybe look a little bit more natural if the rust patches were stuck in places where moisture would naturally gather, like underneath this metal panel here, along here, dripping down, or along the line of the roof and dripping down, or something like that. But you can take that and throw that advice in the fucking trash if you want, Zombie Brush, because this is painted to an incredibly high standard, looks phenomenal, is distinctly your work, and I fucking love it. Yeah, corners too, where paint would get worn off almost immediately. Jungle Plague, you have a fantastic night. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight, dude. It's always a pleasure to see you in chat, and always a pleasure to see your work when I get a chance to, Jungle Plague. You get some sleep. Here we have from Larabic. This one jumped the paint order because of how excited I was to paint it. I know that feeling. Came out awesome, in my opinion. Larabic, you use such vivid colors. Every time you paint, you have this wonderfully... I hate to use the word simple, because I feel like that has a pejorative connotation, but that's not how I mean it at all. I don't mean to say that your paint job is simple. It's uncomplicated, because it doesn't need to be. It's straightforward, it's vibrant, and it uses color and temperature contrast very effectively. In the same way that Zombie Brushes does for that really good-looking mini at average viewing distance. It's straightforward. You got chunky details where you need them. I like how we've got little divots and scratches in the bone here. The orc skin is so vibrant, and it contrasts so well with the little beads and what he's wearing and the bone weapon and everything. It pops. And this random little bit of blue over here. I like that. Oh yeah. Simple, straightforward, effective, good-looking. Larabic, thank you for sharing. Yeah, it looks like you really had fun painting that one, man. One of the Avatars of War Patreon prints. Oh, that's a 3D print. I like it a little bit more now. Here we have from Roland tonight's culinary atrocity. Picture is not mine, but it is what I had for dinner. Roast beef sandwich in a 3-way from George's North Shore. Is this a sandwich for ants? Roland, what have you done to me? I want to see this closer, but I can barely make it out. There's some cheese. Some cheese in there. And a huge pile of fairly rare-looking meat with some shice melted on it. It's a tiny picture, though, Roland. You're killing me. You're absolutely killing me, because I actually do want to see that one closer. Post a link, for God's sake. Well, it's a delicious-looking sandwich either way. Here we have from Wolfenspawn. Cost me a carton of beer. Oh, no. Oh, no. Still, if all it took was a carton of beer to get you out of it, that's not too bad. That is a shit feeling, though. I hate that feeling when you realize that, oh, I don't have any traction anymore. All my weight's resting on my frame, and I am going fucking nowhere. That is a fast way to ruin your day, but I am damn glad to hear that you got out of it for not too much of a price. Yeah, this is the clayiest soil I've ever seen. Make some pots out of that shit. Roast beef on an onion roll with chopped white onions, thick barbecue sauce, I'm gonna assume. Horseradish sauce and melted cheddar. Oh, the horseradish is where you got me, man. I love me some horseradish on beef, let me tell you what. Here we have from Mafik, a little terror monster. Oh, with a squeaky ball in his mouth. Oh my god. His mouth is, I get the impression that we can't see the lower fangs, but I get the impression that it has like a ringed maw with these horrible leech-like fangs in it. And its adorable little legs really counterbalance the nightmare on its back here. We have like a John Carpenter's The Thing style mouth that has opened up in its back, and these wretched tendrils that have begun coming out. But the ball squeak really just, oh, that puts it together. It also doesn't seem to have any eyes, which is a little upsetting, I have to confess. Just the horrendous overbite, I mean, that's possible too. Please hug the good boy. It's a full mouth leech. Okay, yeah, that was the impression I got, Mafik. So that definitely came across in the art, and that makes me want it to keep the ball in its mouth, because that is nightmare fuel for me on a personal level. Where we're going, you don't need eyes to squeak. Mafik! Always love seeing your work, man. Thank you for posting. Here we have a BV 59mm anti-tank gun with the Devastation Party Group. Oh, they definitely bring the party then, huh? Look at these guys. I like how he's got like what appears to be like a World War I style water-cooled machine gun, but then with the drum mag underneath. Shrapnel gun. This guy, what's going on with this dude? Why does he have big claws growing out of his arms? What kind of horrible war mutant could he possibly be? 59mm cannon is from the scrap tank called Death House. Oh, so they ripped it off the tank, and they're rocking it as an emplacement at this point. Homeboy over here appears to be holding on to some shells for the next volley. This guy, is he wearing a gas mask? Is that what this is? Coming forward here on his face? Like a little pig-style gas mask? This guy's got like a radio going on his back. What's going on with his feet, too? What is this? Oh, it's from a food truck. Okay, yeah. Oh my God, that picture. Oh, I like that picture. Oh, I like that picture a lot. Oh, there's lots of sauce on it. Okay, I'm just gonna file that away. I'll take a look at it a little bit later. Thank you, Roland. Thank you so much. Looks like a hand holding the binoculars, and he's rocking a turtleneck. Okay. I thought maybe these were goggles and he was wearing a mask, but yeah, you're right. This is a hand coming up, holding this, and yeah, he's rocking a turtleneck like these guys are. Slowly but surely, I am learning to better translate Mafik's very unique and stylized interpretation of horrifying weapons of war, Stygian monsters, and tank waifus. The best things in life, truly. Mafik, thank you for sharing your work with us today. You were having Justicaro 6. Don't have another piece being worked on, so I'll just leave this here for fun. Oh no, it's memes. Why did I read this? I'm just gonna... You know what, Justicar? We're just gonna keep going. We're just gonna go right on to what we got here from White Wolf. So I've been trying to work out where I'm going with the mono eye for my Zaku 1 sniper. These ones don't fit as they're too large. Funny that the 6mm eyes are almost half an inch wide with the housing. But the colors came out nice. Left to right we have Ocean, Pink 2, Pink 3, and Green 3. Sadly, I don't have Pink 3 and Green 3 in the smaller 3.5mm size yet from the medium pack, but yeah. Hard to decide whether to go with the blue leaning green, Ocean, one of the two pinks, or the green, or the Aurora, which is a lot clearer. Oh, this is a neat idea. Left to right. Ocean, Pink 2, Pink 3, Green 3. I like Pink 2 and Green 3, but like you said, they're not available in the smaller size. Which one isn't? Don't have Pink 3 or Green 3. I like Pink 2, though. If you got this one in the smaller size, like, this seems like it would work well. Depending on the overall color scheme you're going with, I would say if it's warm, go with the Ocean, and if it's cool, go with the Pink 2. That's a pretty cool idea. Oh, well, I could have just clicked on the next goddamn picture. Do have two styles of housing in a size that fits mostly 3.5mm. SP plate on the top, HD plate on the bottom. HD plate require a bit of carving or sanding to get it to fully fit to be centered in the housing, but genuinely curious as to which one looks better, Ocean used in these photos. I like this. I like this. If it's the choice between this Ocean or one of the warm pink colors, do this one. Because I think that the pink would kind of blend in too much against this orange. You could paint a metallic on the back of the gem. That's a good point, Vergataron. Yeah, you could just go ahead and paint that on the back to give it that reflection all the way through. Assuming that the back of it is exposed and not mounted in that housing. This is the bare resin. Yes, White Wolf, but what final color are you going to go with? Are you going to essentially, when you paint it, go with the orange red? Because you can tell immediately these are two different colors, but I just figured you were going to stick with this scheme. I would just generally say, if you're going warm, go with Ocean. If you're going cool, go with Pink 2. I think those are both fantastic colors. Resin is nowhere near that yellow. My phone keeps making it a vibrant yellow. Do I need to say it? Do I need to say it again? Do I have to? Because taking pictures of minis is as hard as painting them in the first place. What do I like more, top or bottom? These are the two head plates. There isn't that much difference between them. Yeah, let me open this larger and take a closer look so that I'm not just talking out of my ass. I think the bottom looks better. They're very close. But from what I'm seeing, I think the bottom one looks a little bit better. Yeah. Oh, that seems to be the consensus, too, so there you go. Well, apparently chat has spoken. Yeah, the housing of the eye. Yeah, it makes it look a little less, that's the word I'm looking for. It's sleeker, in general. I think that is the better choice. The Devastation Party group is like a platoon of search and destroy. I imagine them basically being like the Marines from Aliens. Looks somewhat different too once everything's assembled because I won't be shining lights directly at it to keep things well lit. You could always put a light inside of it. Here we have from Sumatha Thunderhead judging Twitch. Now you've done it. You've made me turn my chair. Oh, I am honored. I am honored to be compared to the Cisco. Really, any time of day. Any day of the week. Anytime, any place. The Cisco. Particularly the Cisco with the shaved head and the beard. Like, I can only aspire to be 1/8 as fucking cool as that man. As the kind of man who leaves a baseball on his desk to let the guy coming to take his office know, I'll be back. I'll be back for my baseball. I don't even play baseball, but I'll be back. I don't, he did. That was the whole thing. Here we have from Jungle Plague, early scribbles on another mech, points if you can guess which. Let me pull this up a little bit larger. Huh. It's like a... I don't know this mech as far as I know, but it's like an interesting cross between a Summoner, a Marauder 2, and a Bushwhacker. These are the three impressions I'm getting out of it, but I'm not familiar with the design. Hey, what's up, Carrion Lich? Good to see you. Word is Avery Brooks has expressed a desire to return as Cisco for an upcoming Star Trek project. I like Avery Brooks. Avery Brooks is the only man in the Captain's documentary that managed to make the just out-weirded Will Shatner. Like, Will Shatner was trying to be the star of the fucking show, even though he was interviewing everybody. And it was the one interview where somebody was just so strange that Shatner could not keep up with him at all. It's the Sagittaire. It's not one that I'm terribly familiar with. I'm gonna have to go look up some other art of it in order to compare. Mafik's gotta go now. Game time for tanks. Hell yeah. Have fun, Mafik, and thank you for stopping in. Well, it's some damn good work to get started with. I'm gonna have to take a look at the other art of the Sagittaire and compare to this to give you more thoughts on that, Jungle Plague, but thank you for posting. Here we have from Justicar06. I found this. I did not make it, but I wanted to share it. Oh, he's just a big chonky boy, isn't it? Ooh, he's so moody. This is like some kind of Conrad Kurz wannabe motherfucker over here. The only thing he doesn't have is like the hair flip of Shrike. He's got a, what are these called? Bolt Storm Gauntlet like they have on the new, because I guess... Oh, no, okay. He has like some gothic armor details here and here, but this is overall the new Primaris armor, and then he's got the new Gravis Bolt Storm Gauntlet fist over here, and then he's just ripping off Cloud with his sword. Look at this nonsense. Oh shit, it is Guts! It's like, it looks familiar, but I can't quite put... Oh, it's that, then there's the sword. There's the sword. Never mind, he's not ripping off shit. Yeah, no, you're right. Cloud is ripping off Guts. Cloud is absolutely ripping off Guts. Do you have any fucking idea how long it's been since I've seen Berserk? Since I have even wanted to think about Berserk, Berserk is one of those animes that I did almost everything in my power to forget about after watching it. Oh my god. The Netflix one is good. Was that like the egg of the king or something? The creator recently died, really. I didn't know that for Gotta Run. I've been paying attention. Yeah, the old one. Oh. It's depressing. It's a very, very depressing anime. But classic. On May 6th. Yeah, rest in peace. I had not heard that. I did not follow the news of it. And the new one is still not finished? Oh, that's rough. So, whatever direction it goes and whoever finishes it, like, it's going to be widely criticized for not being the director's original vision. So yeah, it's Guts in Gravis armor with a Boltstorm gauntlet. Shit. That's actually pretty cool. Well, thank you for sharing, Justicar. Well, here we have from Kursala, got a lower arm finished, I think. I like it for the most part, and it could be easily swapped for a cannon/laser combo if you didn't want it to hurl lightning. Why would you not want it to hurl lightning? This doesn't compute to me at all. Haven't started the upper arm yet, but it'll probably be something simple. I like the kind of, the sort of acceleration ladder look for the PPC. That's a nice touch. All in all, this weapon seems really... I dig this. I like the little vents on the side. All the greebles on here make a certain amount of sense to me, which is a tricky thing to do when designing guns. I like this shape here, too. It's kind of incongruous with the rest of this design, this sort of half oval taken out. It winds up kind of standing out. And like a little targeter up here, from the looks of it. This is some solid greebling. Like, as someone who has been delving into the realm of just sort of putting random shapes together to look like something technological, this is some quality work, Kursala. Excuse me. The only thing that I would change about this, and this is just because of the way that I like to paint PPCs, is I want it to have a little nubbin. Just a little round nubbin right here, nestled inside the barrel that can be easily painted to be a glowing blue spot. And I'm just thinking about this from the perspective of painting this. I always want there to be the little nubbin that I can paint so that my PPC has a blue glow, a centralized blue glow inside of it that can then kind of OSL out to the rest of the barrel. Riot Sister, thank you so much. Oh, for the reminder, I've got terrible posture. Oh my god. Yeah. Please do, Kursala. It's a lovely looking PPC. It reminds me of something. Not sure what exactly. It's just a real vague notion. I really do like these little vents on the side. I look at these and you know what I think as a painter is I want to paint these glowing red like they're venting heat from the firing sequence, just as much as I want to paint these with sort of a gradient so that it looks like energy is pulsing in one direction or the other. Reminds me of the old G1 Transformer rifle. That might be what I'm thinking of. I don't know. I can't quite place it. White Wolf? Does it vaguely seem like it could be some sort of battle mallet? If you, like, wrapped this in sports tape, maybe. I guess I could see that. Put a mech fist around the barrel and just have him swinging it with, like, if you put, like, a shoulder joint here with wires and broken steel like it had been ripped off of a mech and then stuffed this into a mech's hand like he was swinging it like a club, I mean, yeah, then I could totally see it. Oh, here we have from Arkrave, a Peace River Cataphract. This is what you were talking about earlier. Ooh, that's a big boy. Is he stomping someone into the ground there? Oh my god, he is. He's got his blade embedded in some poor bastard and is stepping on his legs? I can't quite tell what this is that he's stepping on. I assume, is this a non-humanoid gear of some description? He is a big, nasty son of a bitch, though. I like how chonky his torso is and these big shields on his arms remind me of the Round Facer or the Griffin, the Unseen original, stomping on an Ammon mount. Okay. That's a quad. Okay, yeah, that's what you were saying earlier, Arkrave, was about the quad. I like... One of the things that I really do like about heavy gear is the sort of casual inclusion of, and it's something I don't get enough in my mecha in general, the casual inclusion and the ubiquity of handheld weapon systems like rifles that they pick up in their hands and they wield, or knives and blades and axes and like grenades that they pull off and throw, and rocket launchers that they pull out from behind their back, and they really lean into the humanoid aspect of the gears. Just have to see what they do going forward. Oh yeah, talking about the how the new Berserk is going to play out. Well, hopefully to everyone's satisfaction. Reminds me of Front Mission. Yeah, it kind of has the proportions of it, doesn't it? The sword is bigger than a ferret gear. It seems like a pretty big... It's a big old hunk of metal. I can see why you like the cataphract, though. Is this... Oh, this is actually cool. I hadn't noticed this before. So I don't know what weapon this is, but it looks like it has a cable coming out and running around to a battery pack or a reactor on the back. And it's glowing blue, and where it goes by the arm, there's a little bit of an OSL here done to kind of sell that the cable is casting a blue glow on the bottom of the shoulder and on the back of the hand. That's a really, really cool paint job. It's a railgun. Okay, so yeah, it's just pumping energy into it. Killing giant mechs, you need massive weapons. I agree, Carrion Lich. Arcgrave, that's pretty neat. Here we have from Roland. To put Arcgrave's photo in context, the guy on the left is about the size of a hunter yet. Oh! My god. Oh. Oh, holy shit. Because I can put a Jaeger or Hunter-sized gear into context for how large it would be compared to me, and this is... Oh no. This is getting to be the size of a smaller battle mech. And its sword is like most of its physical mass. It looks like it just has 3 big fingers. Is that what I'm seeing? Like big 3-finger mitts? It's the Strider equivalent. Striders are big. Classed as a gear Strider. Oh, maybe I need to spend more time looking into heavy gear, you guys. Here I have from Vergaderone. Got a lot of shit on my desk today. Custom Thunderbolt kit bashes, Fisto Robotos, some spindly boys, a Gregor Eisenhorn I found when cleaning, and some weirdo vampires. I do love Gregor Eisenhorn. I like him. I like him quite a lot. So what I'm saying, Verg, is if you don't specifically plan to paint your Gregor Eisenhorn, I'm just saying that I know somebody who would be interested in it. That's all I'm saying. I'm just throwing that out there. Just out into the ether. That's all. That's all. It's no big deal, really. Interesting. Are these replacement, like 3D printed or third-party heads that you got for your Castellan robots, by the way? I really like these, compared to their usual, like, weird 1950s retro robot face panels. And these are the Strato Thunderbolt proxies, are they not? I think I saw you doing some modifications on these in the 3D art channel. They're Onager smoke launchers on bingo balls. Oh. I guess I kind of recognize them now. That's a really clever use of them. They look really good. I like this better than the standard Castellan head, I can tell you that much. I am. Drakari, I won't even conceal it. Vergaderung's AdMech forces are really fucking good looking. He has done some of the most impressive modifications I have ever seen to his AdMech. And on top of that, he has an amazing looking Battletech board. I mean, really, really good looking. Oh yeah, right there. Well, I mean, this is just a reflection of reality, because up here, you know what, if you follow my eye line, let's do it, okay? Here's my eyes, and I'm looking right at Gregor Eisenhorn. That is just straight what I went to. Both real me and past me are looking directly at Eisenhorn with absolutely covetous eyes. Lovely looking collection, Vergaderung. And I do want to mention Vergaderung also has, like, one of the most impressive Merrick Militia Battletech forces. Probably on the planet Earth. It's really, really nice. He's painted a lot of them, and they're done to, like, it's not even like he painted a lot of them to a low quality standard. He painted a lot of them to a really good quality standard, so it's a fantastic looking force. And then he fucking free-handed the eagles onto each and every one of them. He free-handed the chickens onto the Merrick Militia. Vergata a fantastic painter. Did it tonight was personal oven grinders. I don't know what that means, but I would shove that in my face. Nice plate, too. You know, we've been criticizing plates lately, so I'm just going to note that this plate, this is classy. This is the kind of plate that I would totally eat off of. Justicaro6, have a fantastic night, and thanks for being here, man. It's always good to see you in chat. Here we have from Chewy, 3D printed guy from Cobra Mode that I painted up. Chewy, you are a damn good painter. I think I say that every time you post things here. Like, really, your understanding, particularly of flesh tones, the use of colors, like we have some really deep purples and reds in the skin. Nothing super complex. I'm not getting like a lot of greens or a lot of yellows or anything like that, but the tones of purple and red are very effective. The painting of the eye, it works incredibly well. You can tell what it is at a glance. I love the texturing that you've done over here on this red shell, the horns, and the way they fade from the red out to that sort of worn bone white. The green striping here that looks like it was painted on, and then it's got little flecks taken out of it, a little bit of wear on this weird, like, I'm not even addressing the fact that this is some sort of antler man. I'm just focusing on the paint job. Yeah, moose satyr, a caribou. I have no fucking clue what I'm looking at. Let's get that out of the way. I don't know what this is. I'm just talking about the paint job. The fade that we have here on the weapon too. The nice gradient going all the way out to the end, and then a nice simple edge highlight. The hair looks good too. Painting blonde hair, it just gets weirder. I thought clicking on the second picture was going to make more sense of this. It just gets stranger. This just raises further questions. I give up. I fucking give up. The red here is nice, though. This is a really, really good gradient. Very smoothly blended. Still very high contrast, all while being very clearly red. And your shrunken heads over the naked butt of the satyr caribou man look good, too. Looks like we got into some more complex purples and reds for the musculature back here. Damn, Chewy. You got some skills, man. You got some skills, and thank you so much for sharing. Conveniently placed tail, so I don't have to see his beehole. Here we have from Nanotanks. Been a while for me, but today, it's planes, trains, and automobiles. That's not a plane, that's a missile destroyer, you maniac. That is a train, though. I can confirm that is, in fact, a train. Wait, that's not a missile destroyer. This isn't a Manta. What is this one? It's Tau, but I can't remember which one this one is. Oh, this camo pattern's neat. The color choices. Is it a Manta? Okay. It's been a while since I've looked at one. Tiger Shark? Well, see, now we're in disagreement as to whether it's a Manta or a Tiger Shark. Unless the camo is Tiger Shark and everyone's agreeing that it is a Manta. In which case, yes. It is? Okay, yeah, because I thought that Mantas were broader. It seems smaller than a Manta. Like, I know that it's in a small scale, but in this scale, I feel like a Manta is... Because a Manta has a big central loading bay right down the middle that fits a couple of devilfish and a bunch of battlesuits in it. And this looks like it has a much more narrow central fuselage. Nice work on the train. I'm so distracted by the camo pattern up here. I need to come down and look at the train. I mean, it definitely seems like a solid train paint job of the sort that one might see on a train. Ooh, that's a hot orange. That's a real hot orange. Damn. You work on so many projects, Nanotanks. Like, honestly, your work is so... It's eclectic. I feel like my own work is so very, very narrow, so myopic by comparison. I work on, like, if it's mechs or fantasy stuff, it's all wargaming pieces. But you have a much broader model interest that I really appreciate you bringing to the stream, because the hobby of modeling and of painting is so much bigger than wargaming, but if all you come here for is what I do, that's all you're gonna get. And I want people to see more of it. I want people to see the scale train modeling. I want people to see the super small scale medieval historical figures that you do, for instance. Nanotanks, thank you so much for sharing. You always do so much great work. But that is going to bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus to the end of tonight's stream. Who are we rating? Who's even on? What day is today? Where am I? Hang on a second, let's see. Oh, Hobbies for Happiness. Alara Kerensky's playing Star Wars Squadrons. That doesn't help me too much. Commander Mittens is going. Megapedia is going. Heresy Killer. Ooh, what's Heresy Killer doing? Oh, I know where we're going, though. I know where we're going. Barkax Miniatures is painting some Infinity right now, and I want you guys to see this guy's work. Boom. Let's get that going. Guys, even if you are turning in for the night, I would ask you to do me a personal favor. Stick around for just a few minutes. Check out Barkax's stream. See if you like it. Maybe drop him a follow. This guy is a really talented painter. And I try not to throw that around too casually, because there is a lot of painters here on Twitch. There are a lot of people of different skill levels. A lot of people who are maybe more entertaining to watch than others. I like to narrow down what it is that a streamer is bringing to the table, and let me tell you, what Barkax is bringing to the table is really high-quality paint jobs. Like, this dude does fantastic work, and he makes it seem incredibly accessible. So please stick around for a minute and see if you like the stream, and drop him a follow if you do. Definitely make a little bit of noise. Guys, thank you so much for tonight. I needed to get some work done on these gears, and I'm feeling pretty good about this. I'm going to finish off this demo for us. I'm going to get a little bit of terrain made, and we'll see if we can't get a little gears content rolling for 3rd edition. A huge thank you to all my new followers tonight, guys. A huge thank you to everybody who resubbed tonight. We got a bunch of subscriptions. It's always such a good feeling. And as always, a huge thank you to my mod team. You guys make all of this possible. We are going to be back on Sunday, this Sunday, painting Conquest in oils, hopefully not just doing assembly, and then Tuesday we're going to be doing Warcaster in acrylic. This Saturday on the Discord, we're watching bad movies, so come watch bad movies with us. Alright, I'm going to send you out, so until next time, keep on painting.